not going to be the most helpful, like practically speaking, for their body long term, because getting that many abortions can be harmful long term depending on the type of abortion that you get. Right. But yeah, I actually, like, again, prior to sentience, I have no issue. The only thing could be harmful is just like health complications that could arise from stuff like that.
And then different set procedures, because now I know they give women.
So how common is it for someone to get 5 abortions in their life?
Oh man, it's a lot of people.
0.0000. Like, how many zeros do you think we got?
What's the population right now? I mean, like
330 million, something like that.
No, I'm talking about worldwide.
Oh, worldwide, almost 8 billion.
Okay.
Tim Savage, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So you think out of say like 8 billion people, there's not like a good percentage, at least 1 million women that's like.
I don't know enough about the globe.
5 abortions.
I don't know enough about the globe. All I can speak on particularly is probably stuff that would relate to like the United States, as it relates to like the behavior that I've studied.
Okay, so
I wouldn't be able to make estimations about like the globe. That's extremely hard to make like general types of assertions like that.
You never try to do that research?
I don't know about I can give you a general answer about what I think it would be, but like I just like, again, I'm just gonna say it's heavily contextual to like my perspective. And then
it's a fact too. You know, as far as some men on Planned Parenthoods, you know, they were like men directed as like the black women to get abortions, men to keep the, you know what I'm saying, the black population down. Did you know that? You can read that.
Wait, say that again.
As far as abortion too, this another reason why I think it's wrong, especially when it like relates to black women. The Planned Parenthood was started by some white woman.
Margaret Singer?
Huh?
Margaret Singer?
Whatever her name is. I did just a small little.
Is that who you're trying to reference?
Yeah, and the thing about it, it was always aimed towards the black people.
So that's not actually something that you have that's justified, right? Because if specifically like just because something would be constructed in a way in which it was that way doesn't mean it always would operate that way, right? So I might actually argue like that the healthcare system across the board, right, causes disparities when it relates to outcomes, like by race. Like black people are negatively impacted as it relates to like healthcare and stuff like that, right? But to say that particularly abortion in the modern era is specifically being targeted towards people in which who are black, right, I don't think is necessarily the case.
If you look at the numbers of far as black,
like in terms of marketing, right? Because I think that's kind of like the argument you're making is that like people are marketing it towards people who are black, like to get abortions at greater rates comparative to the rest of the population. I think that's where your kind of claim is.
Yes.
Yeah. Whereas like I would say that like when we're relating to like the negative impacts of the healthcare system, right, that would relate to like harmful impacts based upon like doctors and nurses and whatnot, right, the education that they go through and like what they'd be able to understand about how different things impact different people, right, or whether or not they'd be willing to like listen to someone in a particular circumstance based upon this set of symptoms, or what biases could necessarily impact outcomes. Like those would be other outside impacts that would be relative to an individual's internal health, not necessarily whether or not they would be marketed to get an abortion. Does that make sense? Like these things would just be separated fundamentally.
So I got a question. When was the first abortion ever reported? So like the
first I don't think we have recording for that. I think abortion's been happening prior to us having records of things.
Okay. So far as I'm talking about on record, like when was the first abortion?
I can look it up for you. I wouldn't know.
What was the reason for it?
I don't think we would have a record of that, but
I think it's probably, I mean, Google's supposed to know every damn thing, whatever.
I'll try to look it up for you. When was the first recorded abortion? I don't think it has anything that I would be able to find right away. It has like early America abortion or abortion in ancient history, but we have abortion documentation back in the Old Testament. Like it's like I don't really see us to have any good reason that we would know when this is.
Not because I'm sitting back here thinking about like.
Also, it's probably not even relevant. Let's get to the idea here that like, why is it wrong for us to unalive, right, a first trimester fetus or embryo?
What is people's reason though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
I don't think it matters the reason. Like, why is it wrong to do it in general? Like, why does this embryo have moral consideration?
Man, because you're killing something.
You're killing something. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
when you
that didn't ask to be here.
Okay. When you mow your lawn, you're killing something, right?
No, we're talking about human beings. That's the subject because that's the case.
Okay. So you want to talk about human beings? Do you think it's wrong to pull the plug on an individual in which is brain dead?
Do I think it's wrong? Yeah. Me personally, I never will. Never will.
Wait, say that again.
Me. So like, if I got a loved one that's brain dead, I'm not pulling the plug on them. Man, I mean, for the simple fact, I'm not God.
So you would pull the plug? Yeah.
No. I wouldn't.
Do you think it should be illegal to pull the plug?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
For a brain dead individual.
Yes. It should be. You know what I'm saying? Illegal.
They're not sentient. They're never coming back in terms of their sentience.
Men are still alive though. Men are still alive though.
You know, that can cost up to $7,000 a day. So do you think someone should be morally obligated to pay for their family member that's brain dead up to $7,000 a day in medical costs in the United States?
I wouldn't make the choice, man. My fault. I mean myself. I think it's wrong. Just like killing somebody. I mean, you're making that choice. Like you're not the man created.
Yeah. They're brain dead. They're never going to come back. What you know of them, that's gone.
Right. I mean, but it's still a memory though. Like I can still.
I know. It's hard to like. Yeah, I get you on that, but like that doesn't mean it should be legally impermissible or considered murder, right? Because they're literally like not sentient. They're not coming back, and that can cost up to $7,000 a day in medical costs.
So I don't know if you just seen. I seen it. I don't know if it was on TikTok or Facebook. It was some woman that supposed to been in a coma or something, man, for years and stuff like that. I don't know if it was years, months. I mean, whatever. And they try to pull the plug on it, and one of their family members like no. And then one day she just woke up, and she was brain dead and all that.
So that would be like a misdiagnosis. So that would be a scenario where like the doctor is specifically screwed up. That would be if the doctors considered someone legally dead that was not brain dead, right? And they misdiagnosed.
Right. I mean, it'd be people that be like in a coma to where they be talking about they ain't got no brain function or so like a small brain function. So who am I to make that choice though? It's wrong. I shouldn't even have that right.
What do you mean, who are you to make that choice? Why should you not have that right? I don't think we've demonstrated any reason why we should consider it valuable. Like, why does it have our moral consideration?
It's something you're for, like you're far out now or something.
Yeah. Why does it? Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to fix my my light. My light's not turning on. Why does it have moral consideration? I don't think we've given any reason here.
What, moral?
Yeah, like why is it valuable?
I mean, morally, because they're like, man, you shouldn't be killing nobody. I don't think nobody got the right. So like,
but like when you're talking about a note, like someone, right? Who are you referencing, or what are you referencing? Like,
as far as a baby or it's like a brain dead person.
Okay, so what considers something a person?
What considers something a person? So like in the first trimester, I mean, they got some type of, I don't know all like the facts about what's going on during like the first trimester. I just know it's like when they say a life in there, right?
So life, you're just going based upon life. If you go based upon life, someone who has an IUD, right, you consider them a murderer, right? Because they engage in the unjustified killing of a person.
No. Nah.
Okay, so then you don't think it's just life that considers the person.
What? Hold up. What? What'd you just say?
Is it just life that considers an individual a person? Right? Or is it more than that? Because if it's just life, well, then it would be the case that specifically someone who has an IUD and ends the life of a zygote would be a murderer under your worldview.
No. I'm talking about something that's actually being conceived. So like when the sperm meets the egg, and then the child is actually being conceived, opposed to like contraceptive that said like stops it before.
But it's already alive at this point. A zygote is alive. That's after conception. It's already a life. It's a human life.
I don't know.
But it's literally a single cell. Like unironically, a single cell. Why did it just turn off again?
I don't know. I think too. It give people. It's like, man, for instance, right? Okay, a guy and a girl together, right? The guy gets, a woman pregnant, and she's so in love with him, man, but then the guy be like, yo, I don't want to be with you no more. And then the girl be like, okay, I'm killing the baby. Like that's why I feel it's just like it would be wrong.
Prior to sentience, I don't care. I don't care what the reason is.
A person can be doing it just for, like, out of spite, malicious.
So it seems like they don't have a basis for anyone then.
What don't?
They don't have a basis for that kid anymore. They had a stable circumstance with that kid as they were in a relationship. Now they don't. Completely reasonable.
No.
And also, why is it the woman's fault? Isn't he leaving? Like, he decided to leave the family, and it's not his fault for leaving the family.
Nah, he probably found out just throwing out there. He found out, man, she was cheating. So now he don't want to, be with a cheater.
Okay, someone doesn't want to be with a cheater. Okay, what about it? So they're at fault for the cheating. What are they at fault for else?
What? They're not. No, I'm talking about a man and a woman. Together. Man, the woman gets pregnant. Then the man finds out the woman been cheating on him. Man, that's the basis for leaving, right?
Yeah, so the woman did something wrong by cheating on the man.
Yeah.
Right? What else did she do wrong?
So now she chooses, okay, you want to leave me, I'm going to, kill this baby.
Okay, so what if it's prior to subjective experience, why is that wrong?
Man, because it is. It is.
Just because it is. That's what a kindergartner says. Like when you ask a kindergartner why they did something.
No.
Because
no, she's doing it, man, out of spite. So that's
okay.
Not,
but why is doing something out of spite bad? What is spite?
Spite, like spite is doing something with like malicious intent.
Okay, so just because something has malicious intent doesn't mean I think that the action is impermissible.
Man, I think it is. Man, there's no right for like. Don't you know what?
Okay, so what do you mean by malicious intent? Maybe it's a definitional sort of error. What do you mean by malicious intent? You mean bad intent?
Yeah, bad intent, but the thought is like, malicious. So like, malicious can be like.
Someone could have bad intent for something, but then do a good action. Do you agree?
Wait, what?
Someone could have bad intent for something, but then do a good action.
No, I forgot.
No, that's impossible.
Do you think that's not possible?
No, I don't think that's possible. Men have, unless they do about man.
So if my intent was to deceive everyone that I control the world, right? But instead of doing that by doing something, I somehow then gave people access to controlling the world for themselves and running this democracy across the entire world, right? That would be a better action, right? Right? That would be a good action, but it would be with a bad intent.
I don't know, man. You're going to try to. Man, you
Okay,
want
okay. How about this? How about this? How about this?
around the point.
Someone could be having a bad intent. They're trying to make money off of giving money to homeless people. Okay, they're trying to make money off it, so they have a bad intent, right? But when people who are homeless or people who are in need get things that they need, that's going to be a good thing. So it's a good action that people are getting access to healthcare, getting access to things that they need, right? But it's with a bad intent. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
Okay. So there's sometimes there can be a bad intent and there can still be a good action.
so I got a question. Do you believe abortion is a form of birth control?
Abortion. Okay. What do you mean by birth control?
Okay. It was a woman on here that talked about her form of birth control is getting abortions. So, do you think
I'm
that's
just asking what you mean by birth control. When you say the term birth control, what do you mean? Because, like, typically speaking,
birth control? The number one, you know what I'm saying? Birth control is safe sex or no sex, whatever. But using condoms or
we're all engaging in sex. Be real.
right.
I know you are too. I can hear the kids in the background.
Yeah, that's
So let's be so real here. Let's be totally real here.
okay. And I'm saying, if man, a woman is using that as a form of quote unquote man birth control, that's really wrong because that's not, you know what I'm saying, birth control because that's after the fact.
Okay. So like abortion isn't birth control then?
What?
You agree that abortion is not birth control?
Yes, it's not.
Okay. So then it can't possibly be used for birth control.
No.
If abortion is not birth control, it can't possibly be used for birth control.
Okay, what is the purpose of abortion then?
What is the purpose of abortion then?
Yeah. What is abortion? You know what I'm saying? Considered.
Yeah,
Man,
it's to end or terminate a pregnancy.
It's okay, man. To terminate a, you know what I'm saying, pregnancy. Okay.
Yeah.
So that being said, if they using that man to terminate man a pregnancy, what is condoms and IUDs and stuff like that? That's birth control to, you know what I'm saying, to keep it from ever happening then, right?
You consider, okay, so by birth control you just mean contraception or prevention of pregnancy?
Yes.
Okay, so then why, okay, you're just using specific terminology. We don't even need to use the terminology. Why is getting an abortion multiple times in the first trimester wrong? If someone gets 5 abortions in the first trimester, why is that wrong?
Man, because they wrong. They did it, you know what I'm saying, first time, they should have learned a damn lesson.
What do you, okay, sure. You could say they should have learned their lesson. Okay, cool. Right. Again, why is it wrong?
Man, it's wrong, man, because they're killing a life, killing a human life that never asked to be here in the first place.
Okay, so they're killing a life. Okay, so with an IUD, they're also killing a life.
No, they're not. They're not.
Yeah, they are. They literally are.
You could argue that point to where because
no, they actually unironically are. Stopping implantation from happening, right? Preventing implantation is absolutely ending a human life.
Okay, so I got a question, right? If I choose to go, you know what I'm saying, man, masturbate in the toilet, is that killing somebody?
Absolutely not. You're killing sperm cells, but it's not killing a person. It's not murder.
But you're trying to say a person that uses IUD is
stopping if it stops a fertilized egg from implanting into the uterine wall and beginning pregnancy, then yes, it is killing a human life. Because again, human life begins at conception, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's stopping that conceived cell from implanting into the uterine wall and beginning pregnancy, right? Preventing it in some circumstances. That is absolutely murder under your worldview. Okay. So, right. You believe that someone who has an IUD is a murderer, right?
No.
So they shouldn't go to jail for unjustly killing a human person.
No, they're trying to prevent something that they do not want to happen. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, and that's why I don't care about it prior to the fact in which it has sentience. That's why I think abortion is good in that circumstance, because you're preventing it from ever reaching a stage in which we consider it to be valuable. Again, you basically just admitted there you don't consider the zygote to be valuable.
No, that's a whole nother
You really value a zygote? Come on, it's a single fucking cell.
No, I don't.
I don't think I've ever heard a good reason to value a zygote.
Yeah, don't nobody ever think about, so like, man, it's zygote. Only thing people, you know what I'm saying, think about is when it's like a child.
No, but pro-life legislation literally says that it's wrong to use IUDs.
What do?
If it's life at conception. If you believe life at conception, it's wrong to get an abortion because of life at conception, human life, well, then you think that it's murder to have an IUD. Instead, they should just be abstinent.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah,
I mean,
you see, how well did that work for you?
Oh no, I never wanted it, man. For the simple fact, I don't believe in, like, you know what I'm saying, man, abortions. So a little bit of, man, background. My first two children, they're 25 years old, a month and 13 days apart. Right. I was young, 18, having unprotected, irresponsible sex, whatever. Had two women pregnant. One mom was talking about, man, abortion, like, no, I'm just going through this because you're not going to be able to take. And I said, no, don't do that, man, because I did it. I was the one being irresponsible, so therefore I found a way to make it happen. I got a second job and all that. That being said, with me being going through that at 18 years old, whatever, I don't see no damn reason why a woman should get a damn abortion if they get pregnant by a person they was having unprotected sex with.
Hold up 1 second. I saw something that was crazy. Sorry, can you say what you said again?
Huh?
Can you say what you said again? I apologize. I was looking at something.
I'm saying for me to have got two women pregnant at the same time. So my two oldest sons are a month and 13 days apart. Right? So if I was able to handle that as a 18-year-old, man, give me one good damn reason why it's like, man, a woman can't. Man, there's no reason so like a woman should get a abortion if they were careless and reckless. That's why I feel like abortion is wrong.
So you want to punish people? That's what you want?
No.
No, wait. You okay? Then why does it matter whether or not they're careless? Like you're trying to punish people for being careless, right?
Nah, that's what.
How about instead of punishing people for being careless for something that we don't consider to be wrong, we educate them so that they're less likely to engage in that careless behavior, or we give them access to universal health care, which makes them less likely to engage in this behavior, or we increase quality of life so that they're less likely to engage in this behavior. These are things that make it significantly less likely for us to see abortions, rather than just saying stop having sex or don't do this. These are actually real solutions.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like the first time. Even though men is wrong, I'll be like, oh, okay, they, you know what I'm saying, slipped up. But the second time and third time and fourth time and fifth time, like, what are we doing?
Sure, right. So like that seems like a issue of our education system, right?
Right.
Okay, right. Under your worldview, that's an issue of our education system. So clearly speaking, shouldn't you just educate people rather than just saying like, oh, we're gonna prosecute people for engaging in like an abortion prior to subjective experience?
Man, I really don't know. Like, and then you got this thing to where you got women, men that feel as if men shouldn't have these conversations. Men, when clearly we should, because you got some men that.
Wait, so like there are valid critiques, right? A lot of men have uninformed positions when it relates to abortion, right? So there's legitimate concerns as it relates to a lot of the men, how they address like the conversation with abortion. But having educated conversations about this can absolutely be like a good thing, like all things considered. So I do think that men should engage in the conversation as it relates to this, but they should be significantly more educated in engaging with this and more likely to listen when they're not educated. Because a lot of men will make claims when they're not educated, and then they'll act like they know everything. And that's ultimately speaking what the issue is. I don't think the issue is with just a man engaging in the conversation with abortion. It's with the lack of education surrounding it.
Yeah, no, I was just reading some of the comments, people saying, why are two men having a conversation about abortion as if we shouldn't. I mean, cause some things you're like, you taught me I didn't know. That's it's like
you don't necessarily have to be affected by something to engage in a conversation about it, right? But being affected by it gives you a particular perspective on it in which you will know how things can impact a particular community, probably to a little bit better of an extent. Well, actually, not probably, to a way greater extent than the average person. Because I was going to talk about than the person on live. To a way greater extent than the average person. You're going to know way more about the topic. So there's absolutely a thing to say that people who have gone through things are going to be able to have a unique perspective. The same way that people who have been in car accidents, right? They're probably going to know more than people who have not been in car accidents about some of the dangers associated with getting into a car wreck.
Right.
Because they've been through the experience themselves.
Yeah, but you got some women that have never been pregnant or nothing like that and still want to argue that's like men shouldn't even be speaking on this, as if we don't have a voice when it comes to this man issue.
Okay. So again, right? Did you hear anything that I said?
Yes, I mean, you said as far as having like a educated conversation.
Yeah. Right. So the association that people have in that scenario is because a lot of men speak without knowing anything. A lot of men don't know when to stop talking and start listening because they don't know enough about the topic. When it relates to lots of different types of topics, right? It is the case that you still want to like listen to people, right? If you don't know about it.
Right.
Like every single time I go to a new topic, I listen first. I see how the conversations go. I see how everything goes before I form an opinion. Right. A lot of people are just forming opinions, picking sides without knowing anything. Because people, it's essentially for a lot of people, it's just like, oh, we're on different sides. It's like a NFL game, right? Or like a video game. They're not seeing it as like, okay, I'm accepting this view because of an argument. Or like I have some like real big thought out reason. So when they like get into a debate space, it puts them into a circumstance where they have to like question why they believe things.
Well, I'll leave you with this. I think abortion is wrong, and I'm gonna let somebody else come in and speak, but I just believe it's just wrong.
Sure. I think you should question that and continue to look at like the different types of arguments, but I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah. I appreciate the knowledge too.
For sure.
You learned some things.
Thank you so much. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, if you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 150,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 150,000 likes. Let's get on to the next person, though. Again, if you want to support me, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio, everyone. Hey, man, what's up with this rebrand, bro?
Bro, I told you I was getting death threats from your people, bro.
Dude, are you?
I've been getting death threats. I'm about to change.
I'm really sorry to hear that, man. I don't think you should be getting death threats.
So I gotta change my name from J-Man. I gotta go by something else.
People are gonna know who you are still.
No, they not, bro.
Yeah, are you gonna get a voice changer?
Bro, you don't need a voice changer.
Dude, everyone knows your voice.
Bro, people sound the same. Some people sound the same.
So when you think you can just join a live and for me to hear your voice and be like, nah, that's like Clark Kent putting on the glasses and being like, sure. Oh, people can't tell I'm Superman.
For sure, you're right on.
Come on, dude. That only works in fucking cartoons and comic books. Come on,
right
get
on.
a grip.
I got a question, bro.
Yeah,
why,
what's up?
Do you feel like the cause I was speaking to a black man, a black individual today. We was talking about this topic. Do you think that the mother's womb should be the most dangerous place for a child? Or for a human to start life? Do you think that should be the most dangerous place?
It's not.
No, for black individuals, it is though. Do I gotta go there?
I think there are probably some places in the world in which probably would have a greater proportion for there to be violence than talking about in the womb. I don't see how you'd ground that.
Because half of black deaths was because of why?
But you're talking about proportion.
All right.
Like in a particular area, right? Someone is at a particular risk or proportion of dying.
Yeah. Half of black people.
So there are definitely places in the world where there's a greater proportion of dying men in the womb. I don't know what you're talking about.
Bro, like, can you not? I'm confused, Parker. Can you not understand what I'm saying to you, bro?
I just responded to it.
Do you feel like the most dangerous place for a black child should be in a mother's womb?
I reject the idea that it's the most dangerous place.
So name something where half black people die.
Again, are you talking about proportionality of risk or overall amount of people?
Overall amount of people.
Okay, so you're talking about 50%. Can you tell me where you got that statistic?
Let's go there.
What's that?
Hold on. Y'all can.
Dude, what is up with this? Dude. Yo, J-Man.
Do I gotta go there, bro? Now.
Bro, J-Man's a character. Like, you know what I mean? He's just a character. It's actually unbelievable.
Now, what I'm on, bro?
What are you on?
I'm on congress.gov.
Okay, let's check. Yeah, what's up?
Policy report.
Okay.
The effect of abortion on the black community.
Okay.
All right. So, let me find that number. Oh, hold on. Before we even talk about that, let's start there, bro. What that say? Planned Parenthood targets minority neighborhoods.
Can I also ask you a question? In this, does it look at whether or not access to abortion increases quality of life? Because I can show you stuff that relates to the idea that access to abortion, legal abortion, increases quality of life. So wouldn't that be making people better off within communities that have access to abortion?
Maybe in that moment people better off, but let's talk about the future.
No, dude. Yeah. So what do you mean? Let's talk about the future.
Bro. Let's talk about the future. You care about some selfish. It's better for me. It's better for me in this moment. But let's think about the community, bro.
Yeah. Can you show me one place that has illegal abortion that has better long-term outcomes?
Hold on. Why, bro? Can you tell me why you can't make an excuse with all? You can use all the big words in your vocabulary that you want to, but
I'm not even using big words.
You can't make an excuse for Planned Parenthood targets minority neighborhoods. Percentage of Planned Parenthood surgical abortion facilities in minority neighborhoods. Right here, 79%. And where they got this information from? Do I gotta go there, bro? ProtectTheBlackLife.org.
Yeah. So like
our black babies is dying, bro.
So we can talk about the idea that there could be like issues with Planned Parenthood, right? But this is just specifically like access of care, right? Like you're not actually giving me anything here that is telling me specifically that anything like why like I should consider abortion wrong in the first trimester.
Because read this stat, bro. 474 abortions per 1,000 live births. Percentages at these levels illustrate that more than 19 million black babies have been aborted since 1973. That's more than the Holocaust, bro. Right now.
Okay, dude, I would not compare abortions to the Holocaust. That is fucking wild. That is actually wild for you to take the experiences of 6 million people in which were unalived to mass extents, forced to engage in labor, right? And literally unalived to a rational or experiencing things, conceptualizing of things, right? To an overwhelming majority of those particular abortions happening within entities in which are not sentient, didn't experience a single thing. Okay. So for you to
Okay,
compare
so
the
it could
mass
have to be
atrocities that
different.
exist within the Holocaust to abortion here is absolutely ridiculous. That
Okay,
is
allow
fucking
me to
crazy.
explain. Allow me to explain why it's not crazy, bro. Allow me to explain why it's not crazy. Just okay, I understand. The Holocaust was bad, bro. A lot of people like that, bro. That was terrible. That was terrible. 6 million Jews died, bro. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. But just because we didn't have to go through.
Rational and sentient, right? Every
Okay,
single one of
okay,
those people they experienced. Okay.
okay,
What you're
okay,
referencing when it relates to abortion, right? They do not have subjective experiences in an
okay,
overwhelming majority of cases. So for
okay.
you to make the comparison is absolutely
I'm not.
ridiculous.
No, 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 no. I'm not. I'm not saying that one is worse than the other, or like whatever. I don't know what you trying to. I don't know what trying to about whatever picture you trying to paint right now. I ain't trying to do that, bro. What I'm saying is 19 million black people is dead right now that could have been in this world. So I'm comparing that to the Holocaust, bro, because at the end of the day, the Holocaust killed 6 million Jews, bro.
Yeah. Actually, you think it's under your worldview, if you consider it to be murder, you actually think it's worse than the Holocaust. Okay. That's actually your worldview. So do you actually think it's worse than the Holocaust?
At numbers wise, but not the actual like abusing of people. Numbers wise, I think is worse, like way worse, significantly worse. But as far as the abuse and the things that those people had to go through, no.
Yeah. So you think that the numbers is worse, right? Even though we're talking about non-sentient entities.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, so you're comparing literally the genocide of people, right, to literally fetuses that do not have any type of sentience that we would not consider people, right, because they have not developed the capacities, right, to have a past or present and future subjective experience. Right, we're talking about like single cell organisms in many circumstances. Or we're talking about like literally like Cheetos and chips. Okay, man, this is what you're saying is valuable. You understand that, right?
Hmm?
A Cheeto and a chip. Okay.
But do we got to go there again, bro? 'Cause
Like,
we
can
had
you
this
give me the
conversation.
relevant distinction between this and a Cheeto?
We had this conversation, bro. What in the first trimester? What are you developing? You developing all your major organs and your mind body already protecting you. Do your homework on the amniotic sac,
Yeah.
bro. Do we got to go there?
Yeah. So again, that is literally, again, these aren't valuable characteristics that I would reference at all. Okay. Can you give me a difference? Here, please name the distinction. Name the distinction.
All right.
I literally can't do it because it's like too bright.
Let me see.
Here, let me get a better picture. And I want you to name me the distinction, okay? Hold up, I have to find like what a normal Cheeto looks like. Name me the fucking distinction, please.
Do I gotta go there, bro? Why? At the end of the first trimester.
Can you name me the distinction? Look.
Nah, bro. Look at this.
Name me the fucking distinction, please.
I will, bro. Do I gotta go there, bro?
Please name me the distinction.
Do I gotta go there, bro?
Yeah, dude.
What is this, bro? That's eyes, bro. You see eyes, bro.
Where? I'm not looking at anything right now, J-Man.
Oh.
J-Man, actually, I'm not joking. That's not as good of a picture as what this is. This won an award in radiology for being the first picture of what it looks like in utero. This is what it looks like. Okay.
Do I gotta go there, bro? What is this?
Those are all recreated photos. This is literally what it looks like in utero.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, like this is more of like a joke point. You understand that, right? Like clearly what it looks like, it doesn't necessarily matter that much. But I'm just telling you, this is no characteristics that I would associate to be valuable. You couldn't pick this out of a lineup, right? You couldn't pick this out of a lineup to say it's different from any other type of fetus, from a Cheeto. Like, really, I'm not joking, right? It's like,
So Explain to me, bro. All right, so I understand what you're saying, but we kind of just skipped over the fact that all these black babies dying, bro.
Why are you hyper like specifically looking at people who are
Bro,
black?
because the question is, why is abortion wrong? And I'm trying to tell you because
But J-Man, I'm just
bro.
questioning your framing of the argument. Like I'm actually like, why are you framing it that way?
Because I care about my community.
Well, absolutely, but like, what don't you care about the abortions of all fetuses?
I care about the majority.
Yeah, okay, so you care about the majority of fetuses, right?
Of my community.
Wait, so you only care about fetuses of your community?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm focused.
Okay, so then why don't you, because the number you could give for everyone is bigger. Why don't you just give the overall amount of abortions in America or globally?
Because
be like, oh my gosh, this is so crazy. Like,
I'm worried about my people, bro.
Isn't your people everyone?
No, my people is black people.
Okay, but you care about everyone, right?
Yeah, for sure. You're right on.
Okay, so then why don't you say that how many abortions happened worldwide?
Why is you trying to change what I think? I care about everybody.
No, I'm just asking you why.
Well, okay. Let's start there, bro. Why do I care about black abortions? Because black.
No, that's not what I'm asking you.
So what is you asking me, bro? I'm
asking you why don't you look at the overall number?
Because what I try to do,
unintended pregnancies, this translates to around 73 million abortions per year. Actually, it's probably more than that.
And a third of those.
Yeah, so
third of those.
Why didn't you bring up that number? Why don't you just be like, oh my gosh, this is so many people every single year. Oh my, we're allowing for this stuff that's bad to happen. I feel like I'm just not going to care about the Cheetos, you know?
Okay, but I'm not asking you to care about Cheeto. I'm asking you to care about a community, bro.
I do care about a community of sentient humans.
Do you think that black people should have more representation in the world or in America
than they currently do? Absolutely.
Okay, so how we gonna do that when we going through the equivalent and not as bad?
How is giving people access to abortion gonna hurt people?
It's hurting my
in the first trimester.
It's hurting my community, bro.
How so? Are you're not looking at the overall look at the effect of abortion on like the income or the wealth of a particular community. Don't just say abortion. This is the amount.
We talk about abortion. We not talk about wealth or why. We talk about abortion. Let's start there, bro, and let's finish there, bro. We talk about abortion. There's half of black deaths last year was babies, black babies. That should not be the case.
So if you want to reduce the likelihood of people getting abortions, why don't you give people access to universal health care? Why don't you give people access to universal child care? Why don't you give people access to paid maternity and paternity leave? Why don't you give people access to higher quality of life, which actually reduces their likelihood in which they would need to get an abortion in the first place? You're not doing anything constructive here. You're just saying, I don't like this.
Why don't I like this, bro?
Because you think it's murder, but like honestly, there's
no.
I'll just ask you this question, right?
You're not listening to what I'm saying. If you think that's my reason, then you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, what are you talking about, bro?
If you think that it's because I think it's murder, which I do, but if that's the only thing that you can come up with after all I told you, then that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, I don't see anything that you said from everything that you said that would like specifically like relate to any of the broader arguments about abortion.
Okay.
You're trying to portray the values in a particular way.
Let's start there. Okay. Again.
Where do you want to start?
Again. Black people. look, I care about a lot of people, but everybody know some of the stuff that black people face. I care about all people, and it should not be no reason why
People, what's a person?
What?
What's a person?
It shouldn't be a reason why 79%
J-Man, can you answer me? Like, what is a person?
Can I finish what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted?
Oh my gosh, please just answer the question.
What is a person?
Yeah.
A person is me, you.
Yeah, that's an example. I'm asking for a definition.
Bro, I don't know the definition of a person. I know what a person is. I don't know the definition.
How are you referring to the term?
I'm confused.
How are you referring to the term? When you say that's a person, what do you mean?
Okay, let's start there. What did you start out, Parker?
What do you mean? What did I start out?
Where did you start out at?
Me?
Yes.
Sperm, egg.
Okay. So when those two things did that, that's when you became a person, bro. I'm confused.
So
why
conception. So do you think that it's murder for someone to have an IUD?
Bro, you trying to, bro. We can get on that, bro. Okay,
Yeah, let's get onto it right now. I just asked you the question.
No. You just asked me a question before I can even explain what I was talking about. It should be no reason why 79% of Planned Parenthood facilities is in minority. What's the names? I'm telling you, bro. It's the equivalent. It's the black. I'm not. Let's take Jewish out of this. Let's take Jewish people out of this. It's the Black Holocaust, bro. Black people are dying at a massive.
Dude, what are you talking about? You can't just say that I'm going to take Jewish people out about it and then reference an event that mass genocided Jewish people. That doesn't even make any sense. That's incoherent. That's like saying, yeah, we're just gonna take black people in America out of it, right? But we're gonna reference slavery in the South in America. Like what? What are you talking about?
Okay, let's start there, bro. Now, if we was treating Hispanic, if the same stuff that was happening to Hispanic people, and it was like, all right, let's, because we're going through something. We are going through something. So like this, a whole black people went through this, but let's say Hispanic people was going through that same thing. There was like they was having a conversation with you, and it was like, let's take black people out of this because we're going through our own thing. We're not going through exactly what they was going through, but we're going through something similar. That's what I'm doing, bro. So we're not going through what the Jews went through, but we're going through something similar, and that's black babies being unalived at a high rate. And
yes, I don't think comparing these two events is going to be a good thing for you to do. I think you're just making yourself look even more wild than you already are, right? Like I don't think you see that. Okay, so can you tell me what a person is, please?
Bro, do we not just go over that?
You did not define it for me now.
When the egg and whatever you did with your hand, when they come together, that's when a person starts.
So again, is someone who has an IUD a murderer? That's the question you didn't answer. That's why I asked you the question again.
No, it's not.
So do you want to answer? No, it's not a murder?
No.
But it ends a human life.
No, it don't.
Yes, it can stop. It can prevent a human life, a conceived cell, from implanting into the uterine wall. So you would consider people who have IUDs murderers.
No, so if they don't connect, then
it already did connect. It did connect. Conception is the connection.
If the baby,
thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Just Human. Thank you so much.
If the baby is not being born, if the sperm cannot fertilize the egg, if the egg needs to be...
let me explain it to you again. So an IUD is an intrauterine device. Okay, essentially it can do two different things. It can prevent fertilization, which is conception. It can prevent conception, but it can also prevent that conceived cell, that life at conception, from implanting into the uterine wall, which begins pregnancy. Okay, so not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can prevent implantation, which ends a human life. So you would consider people who have IUDs, intrauterine devices, you would consider them to be murderers.
No.
Okay. Well, then you don't care about human lives.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't, because you're okay with killing these human lives.
You know, I'm just like, you got me in like a confused position because like
I can see that.
I don't understand what you
Yep, I
talking
know.
about.
I know.
And
I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's almost like you just said that like you wouldn't be friends with someone who has an IUD, right? Because you wouldn't be friends with a murderer, right?
nah, if a girl get an abortion, I wouldn't be her friend.
Okay, so this is equivalent to an abortion under your view because it ends a human life.
No, it don't. It prevents it.
It
Like, it
lit-
stops it from happening.
Yeah, it
Like,
prevents a
stops it from
human.
even
No, it
being
prevents a human
fertilized.
life from going through pregnancy.
It prevents the egg from even being fertilized, bro.
You didn't listen to me. Okay, I
Bro.
said it does two things, right? Prevents implantation and it prevents fertilization. So it cannot prevent fertilization in a particular scenario, and there can be fertilization, and then after that fertilization, it can prevent the implantation. So that ends a human life.
I've never heard of an IUD being used for that.
That's exactly what it's used for. I know a lot of people haven't heard about this, but that's because our education system in the United States for sex ed fucking blows. It's absolutely horrendous. It's like literally the worst.
So look,
All right, why are you showing us your stocks?
bro? Listen? I'm about to use an example, bro.
Okay.
Let's start there. Okay, if you want to invest into a community, if you want your community, this is what our community doing right now, bro. Look at Tesla stock. Look at Tesla stock, bro. That shit going down. Okay, if you was invested in a community and you wanted that community to have more power and more like just more.
So can you please just test the effect of abortion on income and wealth in the black community?
Okay, let me talk.
Please show me a study on that.
If you wanted to,
Please show me a study on that, because I know that access to abortion actually increases quality of life. So please show me that.
Let me ask you a question. If you wanted to invest in a community and you wanted that and you wanted to be green, would you put abortion clinics in a whatever in a area or their neighborhoods, and would you just be
Yes, but you wouldn't need to do it. Wait,
Bro!
You wouldn't need to do it. It would just happen by the market. Like what?
bro, Parker?
But like by virtue of universal healthcare, the demand would exist.
Bro, Parker, you can't be serious. I don't understand. I don't understand how you don't see
You understand
that
that abortion isn't just like the only thing that a place does. Like that's gonna be one thing that a particular place does.
I don't understand how you don't see this negative impact of all these babies dying.
The negative impact. Can you give me what is a person? You went back to the idea that would consider it to be just a human life. If it's a human life, well then that means that people who have IUDs are murderers. Okay? But you don't believe that. If you don't believe that they're murderers, well then you don't believe that human life is what dictates what a person is. That's my fundamental point.
I'm telling you. I'm out of my own mouth, bro. I'm telling you that's murder, and I care about. Look.
Yeah. So then, why are you okay with people who are murderers? Do you think someone should go to jail for first-degree murder if they have an IUD?
I mean,
yeah, they're going to jail. We
Look.
should send them there with Jeffrey Dahmer, with Jeffrey Epstein, all those other people, right, that have committed literal murder, right?
Freedom.
You think that they should be in jail
Freedom.
for the rest of their life
Look,
for having a fucking IUD?
I gotta do my homework on IUDs, bro.
You do need to do your homework on IUDs.
Okay, so let's talk about abortions, bro. Let's talk about abortions because you brought
okay,
up
but this applies under your worldview. You're not even recognizing.
Okay, but I gotta do my homework. I'm telling you that I'm not educated in this, and I gotta do my homework, bro. And you still trying to go deeper, and you still just infatuated with going on this topic because I don't know nothing about it because you backed in the corner, bro.
You're gonna look into it, and you're gonna be in the same position you are now.
No, I'm not, bro. Let's start there. Do I gotta go there with you, bro?
Go where?
IUDs do. The IUD is similar to the I don't even know that word, bro. The intrauterine system. But instead of releasing the hormone progesterone, like the IUS, the IUD. Why you laughing at me, bro? Is it because I had trouble reading that word, bro? Why you laughing at me, bro?
No, it's just the way that you're engaging with the information is kind of funny.
Let's start there. The IUD releases copper into the womb. The copper alters the cervical mucus, which makes it more difficult for sperm to reach an egg and survive. It don't say nothing about what you was talking about, bro.
Look up, does an IUD prevent implantation?
Let me look up.
Because not all IUDs are copper IUDs.
Oh, see, so look, implantation, also known as a nidation, is the stage in the embryonic development of mammals in which the blastocyst attaches, adheres, and invades into the wall of the female's uterus. Implantation is the first stage of gestation, and when successful, the female is considered to be. Bro, so like I'm not understanding why you say it stops implantation, because it has to go through implantation to be pregnant. So you just talking, bro.
No, if you read here, it's not like letting me show here. I can try to turn this off.
Currently, in the recommended level, IUD can be inserted up to 5-7 days unprotected, and of course, up to 5 days after the ovulation. And this cover IUD may be preventing implantation. Explain that, bro. Explain what that say.
Yeah, and then also here.
The copper put IUD. Pregnancy.
Jesse, thank you for the 6 month. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You fertilize the egg. So if the sperm don't fertilize the egg, then they not pregnant, which is not murder. Do I gotta go there, bro?
Wait, so say that again? No, the point is that multiple sources indicate, right, that it is the case that I like how dude, some of these questions that people ask on Google are wild. So yeah, no, it can prevent implantation and it can prevent fertilization.
So I'm saying,
and then also
without,
here's also the American Pregnancy Association also says that.
So without implantation, that shit is, you're not pregnant if it don't go through implantation, because that's the first stage. That's what I just read.
Implantation causes pregnancy, but you said that what you value is the human life, not the implantation or the pregnancy, because implantation or pregnancy would just be like location.
No, I said when the sperm when the sperm fertilizes the egg, and the IUD prevents that from even happening. So that's not murder, bro. You just talking. Under your worldview, you just talking, bro.
No, you're not listening, dude. It also can prevent implantation. We just went over that, man.
Okay, and I just told you that.
J-Man, I literally just described it to you. This is not a hard concept. This is one of the easiest questions. This is one of the most palatable questions. This is why I ask it on the live, because this is such a simple thing to go over.
So do you think, let me just ask you this. Do you think what's happening in the black community with abortions, do you think that's wrong, bro?
I think that if there is targeting towards like the black community, specifically to market to the black community, to like specifically unalive them with like race intent, yeah, I think that's a bad thing.
That's what's happening.
Right? We would have to demonstrate that. That's not saying that the abortion in of itself is a bad thing. That's just the targeting of particular groups of communities.
Do you think it's
the
harmful
express
for the
reason
community?
to disadvantage them?
Do you think it's harmful for the community?
Do I think that abortion in the first trimester is harmful for the black community?
Do you think?
I think that consensual abortion in the first trimester in the black community is beneficial towards the black community, as it is every other community in terms of quality of life.
You think
on average.
So, and 50% of those was I don't know whatever, but 50%, was, and I don't know how many. What's the statistic on first trimester abortions?
What do you mean?
Well, how many abortions happen in the first trimester?
First trimester is probably 50+% of abortions.
50+%. So let's take half. Okay, so
all right. How many abortions happen in the first trimester?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
No, I'm going back to it. Let me go to the CDC's numbers. It's been a second since I've looked at the numbers. That's why I can't quite remember. Let's see. You can keep talking, by the way.
Okay, so do you think that that number is good for the black community?
Oh, actually, it's 93%. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, so let's just apply the statistic. 50% of black abortions happen or black babies die.
Say that again, sorry?
50% of black babies die. So let's take 93% of that 50%. Do you think that number is a good number?
What do you mean by baby?
Like in the first trimester abortions, they die.
Is that a baby?
Sure it is, for sure. You're pregnant.
We're talking about this.
Yeah. Where do you get an abortion to remove from your body? A baby. So let's start there, bro.
Not necessarily. It would be an embryo.
Okay. Well, black embryos. Okay.
What's your point?
Do you think that that's harmful for the black community? That 93% of those, under your worldview, in the first trimester, 93% of those are being killed? Do you think that's helpful for the black community?
In the first trimester, 93 abortions happen in the first trimester. I think it's okay for those abortions to occur.
And that's ridiculous to me, gang.
Why?
That's ridiculous. That's actually crazy.
This is prior to it being sentient. Why is it wrong?
Because we don't have enough. We don't like this, like what black people go through, bro. And I'm not even trying to like victimize this situation, but that's just how I feel. What a lot of black people go through, bro.
Can you give me any reason to believe that abortion is negatively impacting, like access to a legal consensual abortion is negatively impacting communities?
The black community, because okay, let's start there. 12%. I mean, how many?
No, I asked for a study. That indicates to me that like abortion specifically, access to abortion, consensual legal abortion, right, in the first trimester, right, makes people worse off. Can you please give me a source that indicates that?
That's a little like, you made that very like specific.
Cheris, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You made that
I don't know. Chat, who's worse, J-Man or Platform? That's what someone who just sent a Cash App asked.
That's my dog, Platform.
Of course.
I mess with Platform.
People are 50-50.
Bro, do y'all homework on?
Actually, a lot of people are saying Platform is worse. By the way, if you want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, Noval, you can always ask questions and I'll see them. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes if you want to help get out to more people. Share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends if you haven't already. If you want to click the poll, I'm pretty sure that they just made a poll specifically for this. Let me check. Yeah, who is worse? Yeah, answer the poll right now if you want to be a part of it, everyone.
Do I gotta go there, bro?
What is it?
Do I gotta?
You can't say. You can't show it on the live. You can't show it on the live. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off.
Do I gotta go there, bro?
Jamin, I'm so confused what you were showing me.
What former President Richard Nixon said? As I told you, we talked about it earlier. That
what President Nixon said. I agree. Many presidents throughout history are fucking racist.
Okay,
literally,
bro,
like every single one.
So you don't think that this abortion thing is like you don't think that you just think it's at state level that they're controlling this. You don't think at a federal level that they're implementing these things and they're what they're doing?
I'm confused what point you're trying to make here.
Bro, because it's bad for my community. That's the only point.
Can you give me evidence that says that abortion is specifically bad for people's quality of life? Access to legal consensual abortion.
You said quality of life. I'm not talking about one person's quality of life because
I'm talking about a community's quality of life.
Okay, right here. Dude, read this, what I'm trying to tell you to read.
What is that?
Sophia.
Yeah, tell me where it shows this. You can show me.
And look who edited, bro. One of your family members, bro.
Parker's not my last name. Parker's my first name. Most people said Platform is worse. That's crazy.
All right, so look, as I said, it's bad for the black community.
You've given me no study that indicates that like
Bro,
access to legal consensual
I'm
abortion
telling
is
you to go
bad.
read this, bro.
Addy,
I'm
thank
telling
you
you to
so
go
much
read
for the Venmo. I appreciate it, Addy.
I'm telling you to go read this. Like, it's a whole.
Yeah, show me where. Show me where. Just show me.
Bro,
You can just right
read
now.
it.
You can literally just turn your camera on with the information right now.
Turn it.
You're looking at it right now. It was like 2 pages, right?
No, bro. It's like do your homework on it being 23 pages, bro.
Okay. Show me where the information is, because you can do find on the page.
Okay, there's a widespread perception that women, particularly African American women, are freely exercising their quote unquote choice when they enter the doors of the nearest abortion center. Nothing can be further from the truth. The reality is that black women are being pushed, led from behind into abortion centers by a cadre of elites who agree with Frederick Osborne that leading eugenicists of the 20th century, that birth control and abortion are turning out to be great eugenic advances of our time. If they had been advanced for eugenic reasons, it would have retarded for people to accept their acceptance. Blah blah blah, bro. I'm like, it's a.
Yeah, so it's literally referencing elites. Where is this from?
It's congress.org or congress.gov, bro.
No, it says .com in the bottom right. What does it say in the bottom right? No, the bottom right. The bottom right. What does it say? What's the .com website in the bottom right?
What, blackcommunitynews.com?
Oh, okay. And what's on the left side?
Urbancure.org.
So are either of those Congress?
No, but you can't prove these. No, but you can't.
So why did you say it's from Congress?
Bro, it says congress.gov, bro.
Oh, okay. You're on Congress, but it doesn't cite a Congress source. Okay. Sorry. I literally was like, what? I was like, why does it show not Congress in the bottom?
Like, what you mean, bro? Like,
yeah,
these is facts, bro. Am I tweaking?
I was just asking, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that anything on Congress Gov is going to be accurate, as that could be an opinion based, but we would take it for like it's likely to be true when it relates to these types of things, when it relates to the statistics or the numbers, right? But specifically, like again, like I can concede to the notion that like there are things pushed upon people that I would consider to be bad, but that doesn't mean that the getting an abortion in the first trimester is bad. Like even if I were to concede to that notion.
Y'all see him?
J-Man, did you listen to what I just said?
Yes, bro. You said that yeah, I heard that you're not going to concede to the notion that people getting pushed or I know the base of what you said.
You didn't listen.
Bro, yes I did.
Then restate it.
I don't know the exact words, but I know the general. Bro, come here, Gigi. Come here, Gigi. How would y'all feel, bro? How would y'all?
J-Man. Oh my God, bro.
How would y'all feel if this beautiful young soul was aborted, bro? How would y'all feel, bro? Would that make y'all happy?
J-Man. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing?
Come here.
What are you doing, bro? Can you explain to me why a zygote is valuable, please?
Bro, I told you, for the community.
You didn't even consider it murder. You didn't consider an IUD murder.
For my community.
You're not responding to my point.
You said why? Oh, wait. Say your question again.
You can have one.
Okay, why do you not consider an IUD murder, right? If you think it is wrong to kill an embryo because it is just biologically speaking alive.
Okay, again, IUD prevents implantation. It has to be implanted for a woman to be pregnant. Okay?
Okay, and?
Just read that. So the woman is not pregnant. It prevents the pregnancy from even happening.
Yeah, but that's not when life begins. Life doesn't begin when pregnancy. Life begins at conception.
I mean, I don't believe that. So I mean, hey,
And J-Man, I also gave you other things to reduce actual abortions. If you want to reduce abortions, give access to paid family leave, give access to paternity and maternity, paid maternity and maternity and paternity leave, give access to universal health care, universal child care, right? These things will significantly reduce the likelihood of someone requiring the need to get an abortion.
sure, but it ain't happening. So
What do you mean it ain't happening? Okay, so you making abortion illegal isn't happening either.
oh no, wait till Trump get in there.
Oh my God.
Oh
Wait,
yeah,
wait.
wait for
Yeah,
Trump.
so you agree that Trump is not president right now?
He might as well be. He finna be president.
You agree Trump is not president. You agree that Trump lost the election, right? Oh, he just got community guidelined. All right, we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester, everyone. Let's get on to the next person, y'all, real quick. All right. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Someone said W community guidelines. Wild. Absolutely wild. All right, everyone. Yo, by the way, actually, I literally just sent a thing to maybe go on to the next Jubilee episode about abortion, right? So that actually might be something that could happen if they respond to my thing, because I sent up like a thing to do that. So we'll see. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yeah. We'll see if we can get on, everyone. We'll see if we can get on. That would be great. I think it's pro-choice men versus pro-life women. So I don't know, that would be a good episode to get on because it's like a specific one that I've debated before. Did you get your gifts fixed? No, I have not. If you want to gift me, everyone, it's just Venmo, Cash App. That's the only thing I can. Parker's been on Jubilee before. Yeah, I've been on 2 different times before. So, I mean, I would think maybe they would respond, but maybe they don't want me on for another time. I don't know. Also, Dean sent one too. So if both me and Dean get on, that would be great. That would be fucking amazing. Me and Dean on that one. So we'll see. Which ones? Liberal teens versus conservative parents, and then liberal teens versus conservative teens versus moderate teens. And it starts with why is Gen Z misinformed or something like that? Or do you think Gen Z is misinformed? I don't know. Something like that. Or is Gen Z misinformed? I think that's the question. It's not accepting people, everyone. I'm trying to get onto this. Updates on the podcast, or we're probably not going to be doing a podcast. We rethought about it, and I don't know if a podcast would be the best thing to do. We'll look into different things that are related to that, though. That's so exciting, Parker. Yep. I can't wait. Hopefully we do both get on. That would be actually great. Can you imagine both of peeing on that? That'd be crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hi.
Yeah. How old are you?
Oh, 40.
For sure. Do you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Oh, uh, why isn't this letting me use my, go on camera?
I think you have to have 1,000 followers.
Oh, okay, well, that's fine then. Um, God, this isn't why I wanted to connect to you. Um, if I say yes, do we keep talking?
No. Do you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester? Like I am trying to get people up for debates.
I just wanted to correct you about the IUDs
Sure,
and
you
how
can
they
go for that real
work.
quick. Go for it.
Okay. I've had 4 copper IUDs, the Paragard, and I've expelled them over a very, very short amount of time. What happens with them, with the copper ones, is that they make the uterus create a lining of like white blood cells, so that prevents the implantation. And when it comes to the pregnancy part, like there are times when women won't even know that they're pregnant. They can get a like the egg can be fertilized and they can pass it without them knowing that they were even pregnant. That's something I learned from a George Carlin like comedy special. But yeah, there there are times when we don't even know that we were, and we just
Absolutely.
we just pass it, and it sucks, you know. Um, but yeah, that guy was crazy, and I
Absolutely. Well,
just wanted to correct him on that.
for sure, for sure. Thank you so much for
Yeah,
coming on. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
thank you. You too.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to 250,000 likes, y'all. All right. For some reason, it didn't accept this person either. I think we're having an issue getting people on today. I'm trying to get some people up. Please only do send a guest request if you think that abortion's wrong during the first trimester, everyone. Please only do send a guest request if you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester. All right. Yo, what's up? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. As in, I don't think it's accepting this person. What did I miss after J-Man? J-Man was on for a little bit. He got bananaed. TikTok took him out of the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Chat, what is going on with guests today? I think it's really weird getting guests up. I've tried like so many people. The same thing was happening to Dean recently too. So I don't know what's going on. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Yeah, do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
No, I just wanted to say WJ, man.
That's weird. All right, let's get to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? For sure, what's your birth year?
2005.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
No, personally, but I just wanted to ask your opinion on what you think of what's it called? Fetuses being harvested for stem cells.
Prior to sentience?
What is that? What does that mean?
Prior to having a subjective experience. Are you saying like in the first trimester?
Yeah.
No issue.
Right, okay. Also, I've been waiting so long, so I just wanted to ask that, so you can go ahead
For sure.
and remove
Appreciate you
me.
coming on. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. If we're getting stem cells out of embryos, like I have no issue. But yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. I'm against abortion completely.
Okay. Why so?
I do believe that once two single cell organisms, whether they be frog, squirrel, lion, human, once those two single cell organisms come together and create another organism that can grow independently on its own, that is and it shouldn't be reckoned with. And I will bring up some cases, or a case in where Lacey Peterson was pregnant and she was murdered by her husband, and he was charged with 2 counts of murder for
I don't really
Lacey
hold to
Peterson
like
and her unborn child.
I don't hold to like legal consideration. So just because something is like legally determined doesn't mean that's the case. Plus, you understand that like a zygote, a conceived cell at conception, that's still a single cell organism, right?
Exactly, but it's its own independent single cell organism that can multiply and
So it
evolve
doesn't.
into a human being.
Yeah, but well, you would already consider it a human being if you think that life determines human being. But it can't independently grow itself or develop, right? It requires the resources of the pregnant individual to be able to like produce its ability to develop.
That's absolutely true. But your question is, why is abortion wrong during the first trimester? And I believe that it's the killing of a life. That's that.
Yeah. So do you think that people who are of IUDs are murderers?
No. I believe that that's a birth control method that needs to be further examined, because it does not prevent pregnancy of the single cells joining in to make a new cell. That new cell still appears, and what that IUD does is makes a hostile environment in the woman's body, and the baby cannot implant into the uterus. So I do consider that a form of abortion. And there was a person that was on just
So you
before
consider
us.
it murder?
I do.
So would you be friends with a murderer?
Absolutely. I have several friends in my lifetime that have had abortions, and I've let them know, well in advance that if you need me, I'm here. I will mentally support you, and but they knew that I didn't agree with it, but that doesn't mean that I'm still not a human being, that I can't exhibit some kindness or some support into her decision that she had to make.
So you're saying that if
it's
someone
not for me.
So if you're saying someone went to a school and killed a 5-year-old for no reason, you're saying that you would be friends with them after that happened?
No, I would not.
So what's the relevant distinction between these two events?
Good question. Awesome question. I really don't have an answer for that, except, we're all individual human beings. We have to make our own decisions, but that doesn't mean that those people that are around them can't give them physical or mental support in their decisions. It's not my decision, but I didn't walk a mile in that person's shoes. I don't know what they're going through. I mean, I was sexually assaulted from the time that I was born until 14 years old, and I really could have been impregnated by my abuser. Thank God that I wasn't, because I probably would have a totally different stance on where I am at this point. But I can, say that as a 60-year-old woman and seeing a lot of the, stuff that has gone on in this world, there's been a lot of babies that just could have been taken care of if they just had the right support and family or resources that they could have turned to in order to help them out with adoption or those other things.
This would be my
instead of
point.
actually just extinguishing a life that you don't know could have been our next president.
Yeah, so but it also is the case that people are less likely to get abortions given the fact that they have access to universal child care, universal health care, paid family leave, paid maternity, paternity leave. These are all things that allow for people to be able to take care of children in a more safe and stable environment, right?
I totally and completely agree with you.
So these are more effective ways of actually limiting the amount of abortions that happen rather than just making abortion illegal in the first trimester.
I completely agree with that.
Yeah. So, I mean, also, if we don't view an abortion the same way that we view the unaliving of a 5-year-old at a school, what would be the relevant difference between the two? If we can't determine a relevant difference, well, then I would say that under my view, it would be the fact that one has some type of subjective experience or conceptualization of experience, and the other one does not.
Yes, because if you are, if you have conceived a child, you don't know what their potential will be, but you as a parent would want to, I would feel, try to go forward and give that child every opportunity to be awesome, other than being a person who walks into a school and subjectively takes out the life of an irrelevant person, or thinking to them that they're irrelevant. That child had just as much potential as the fetus that is growing inside my womb.
Yeah, but I don't think that we would just ground it on potential, right? Because it is the case that the 5-year-old has a past and a present a past and a present subjective experience or conceptualization of experience already established. I care about a future so long as that there is a present or a past established, right? I wouldn't care about the future of an entity that hasn't existed yet.
But it is in existence. It is in existence. It's growing inside its mother. It's growing inside.
Oh, I meant in terms of the subjective experience. Because if it's what the subjective experience is what we value, well then I'm only going to value it once it has those properties, or if it would have those properties when impacted.
I would say that unfortunately, due to circumstances, there are a lot of women out there who have had abortions based on being able to take care or raise a child, and that was their experience that they had to go through. I personally am a mom of 3 that back in the 80s had to raise a family on $400 a month. It was extremely difficult, but I did it, and that kind of goes back to the responsibilities of us as women, making sure that if we're not ready to have children, we should have the ability to have the birth control methods available to us in order to take care of that. Although there are circumstances such as rape and incest that
Just say our word essay, by the way. It's TikTok TOS. I'm just making sure.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
I'm sorry. I'm old school and I'm not used to all these little terms.
Don't worry. No,
but I don't want to get you banned. I totally understand.
Oh, it's just a TikTok thing. Nowhere else does this. It's just for some reason TikTok does this. So I'm just letting you know. Don't worry. I don't think I'm at risk right now.
Well, thank you to all your followers for not reporting me because I'm a little bit, old school. But I love you guys, and I thank you so much for us having this talk.
It's just TikTok. It's just TikTok. Yeah.
I'm so glad that we can have a really good conversation here and really bat some ideas around instead of, we can agree to disagree, and it's okay. I'm still a follower, and I love the fact that you are so in depth and realize and know the subject that you're talking about. It really makes me have yes, right there, that right there. It really makes me have faith in our future generations that are going to run our world, and I hope you go far, sweetheart.
I appreciate it so much, Angie. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and you go ahead and take the next caller. You too. Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Wow, she was so nice. She was so nice. Very, very nice. All right, we're going to go on to the next person, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's get on to the next person real quick, everyone. If you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester, send a guest request right now, y'all. Only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. All right. Yeah, no, those are important conversations to have. Stuff like that. That's really good. That's really good. Let's get the next person up here real quick, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Parker, what are you saying, man? You good, yeah?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 22.
For sure. Do you think abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
I was on live with you and your brother like 2 days ago.
My brother? Oh, did we tell you that we're related?
I don't know if you lot are related, but you went into his room and did some whatever. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, so he was here for the weekend.
That's what it is. Yeah. All right, my point stands. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
What point?
You see, look at them. They're talking about Trez again. Bro, I don't think it should be. What's the question again? Yeah, it's wrong.
You do? So you think it's murder?
Of course, man.
Okay. So, why so?
Oh, you got to think about it. You two laid down together and had the baby, and now you want to abort it. That's not right.
Why not?
What do you mean?
Why not? Why is it wrong?
You two were responsible enough to have sex. Should I say a different word, or will that get you banned?
That's fine.
Okay, just making sure. You two decided to have sex. Now that the person's pregnant, now you're saying you don't want the baby. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, that's not right. You two laid down together.
And?
What do you mean and? There's no and. You two were responsible enough to have sex. Obviously, you put your wood in her and you two had unprotected sex. Now you want to get rid of the baby. Doesn't matter how old the baby is. It's not right. So
here, Trez, I'll give you a specific example, right? Me and my girlfriend, I'm 21, she's 20, right? Yeah. She's on birth control, right? If she got pregnant, right? Is it wrong for her to get an abortion in the first trimester?
Or if she got pregnant, it's because it was meant to happen. Fate.
But what do you mean meant to happen? Do you believe, is it some God?
You know what? If I go on a tangent about God, you're going to ask me, like you did last time, prove to me God's real.
And you can't do it.
Let's not get into that. My man's real, innit?
Yeah, anyways, how do you know?
Boy, Parker, that's not the topic here.
Yeah, but if you ground your abortion stance in God, it's gonna relate back to that.
No, I'm not like that last. I remember you had like another Brit on here.
Wait, chat, did Will just lose his account? I knew he was live right now.
I remember you had another
He did.
Brit.
Will just got banana. What the hell?
What's that? Banana means
Don't worry,
they got the cut removed. But yeah, like I'm saying, like it's not right to get rid of the babies. You know what I'm trying to say? It's not right at all.
What's wrong?
You two lay down together. You should, if that's the case, all right. If it's the case, you should have wore a condom. It's like catching an STD.
Dude, she's on birth control, right? Is it wrong?
Nah, it's fate, man. You two were meant to have that baby.
Okay.
You can't abort it now.
So why is it wrong for us to get the abortion? Because it's meant to be. So that just relates back to your notion of God. Justify your God's existence.
Boy, what's the percentage of someone having a baby on birth control?
Really fucking low.
Like what? Like 2%?
I don't
like
even know.
0.01.
It's so low that I haven't even thought about it.
To be.
I know it's so low that I haven't even thought about it.
You got lucky. You were blessed with a baby, and
lucky. I don't think my girlfriend getting pregnant right now would be lucky.
If it happened, bro, a 1%, like a smaller than 1% chance, and the baby happens, it was meant to be. You can't abort that child. It's not right. It's not right. That baby can't sit here and say, "No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." It can't. If that's the case, you might as well put it up for adoption.
No, but then you have to go through like the whole pregnancy, right? And the point is that I don't see a reason why someone should have to go through the whole pregnancy as it relates to this individual, and which is literally not even sentient.
I mean, for one, I don't think you should put. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine. Go for it.
For one, I don't even think you should. I'm not adopting.
Trez, why do you care about this?
What?
Why do you care about
Because
the Cheeto behind
right.
me?
It's not right.
Yeah, it's a Cheeto. Why do you care about it?
Because that Cheeto is going to turn into you, Parker. You were a Cheeto before you came into this world. You were a small Cheeto.
I was a sperm and an egg too. Do you care about the sperm and egg? If someone nuts in a napkin, is that wrong?
Come on, man. It's not like, come on.
Is it wrong?
Come on, man.
Is it wrong? Is it wrong?
You're having a laugh now, Parker. You're having a laugh.
I wasn't even laughing yet.
No, oh my days. But still, like, it's like, all right, they've made, all right.
Sorry, should I say sock instead?
No, come on, man. I mean, masturbation is a sin as well. So, well, let's not.
Of course, you think that's wrong. Okay, so you do think it's wrong. That's just gonna relate back to your notion of God. Can you justify your notion of God to me?
Anyways, Parker, let's not get into this.
No, it's gonna rely on your notion of God, dude.
Well, I think my man's real, innit?
Wait, why does your God not like us? Like, why does he not want me to be with my girlfriend?
No, it's not that.
Like, what's wrong? What's wrong with me being with my girlfriend?
You're having sex before marriage.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
It's not a protected act. It's not protected. That's why you lot should have got married.
Yeah, but like, can you give me a reason why it's wrong?
That's why. Stay celibate until. I mean, I understand there's temptations.
I'm about to do that topic. Like, why is sex before marriage wrong?
Oi, Parker, I've sinned before, and I've had sex before marriage. Obviously, I'm not even married. I'm telling you, like, come on, man, I'm not getting married yet. But if I'm to get a girl pregnant, I have to take the responsibility and understand that, damn, even though I might not want this baby, and I'd be a deadbeat to flip and just let her have the baby and just disappear. And it happens a lot. Obviously, man's black, innit? So, you know, obviously, like the stereotype, like, you know, I'm going out to get milk and I don't come back. Yeah, man's not trying to be a part of that. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I'm not.
You would leave your kid? Kidnish,
No.
I appreciate the cash app. Thank you so much.
No,
you can't send gifts. Hold up, you can't send gifts because TikTok thinks I'm like, there's some glitch on TikTok. So the only way I can get gifts right now, chat, is through Venmo and Cash App. Just letting everyone know. It's in the bio if you want to check it out. Go for it. Sorry.
Nah, man, I wouldn't. Nah, man, I don't want to be. I feel like I wouldn't want to do that to a kid because I wouldn't want it to happen to me. Obviously, both my parents are still married, and it'd be wrong if, you know.
For people who are spamming add Kai, I'll do that next for whoever that is. I'll look for them.
Nah, I haven't got much time on it. You can add my man still. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I just think it's wrong.
Yeah, but you should give me a reason. I don't know why you think it.
Well, I mean,
it's just going to relate back to your God, right?
So I'm in Florida.
If it relates back to your God, we're just going to go back into the conversation about God. If you have no justification for God's existence,
but you can't.
Did we already have a conversation about God?
Yeah, it was me, you, and your brother. I think it was on his
It's not my
live, and
brother.
you were a guest on his.
Okay, so and did you justify your God's existence?
My man's real, innit?
Did you justify your God's existence?
How am I supposed to justify the Big Bang Theory exists?
Because you can.
That's a theory.
They know we're in the globe.
No, move away from us. Like,
Oh, yeah,
we see a
something
red
like
shift.
I forgot exactly, but I was on it the other day. But yeah, something like that. Obviously, someone had to have made that. Someone have had to have made that happen. Obviously, like, I remember you was on live and you was talking to this person, and it was on the notion of life being outside the reality or something like that. Do you remember that?
No.
How many people have you got on here to flip in? But anyways,
Dude, I talk to people for 6 hours every day.
no, make your money, man. You're doing your thing, innit? But like I said before,
Ting.
like,
You can do your ting.
But yeah, like I said before, man, I'm in Florida. You know what it is? The red states are really good on the abortion thing. But you've got California and that flipping allowing it. All right, come on, man. You lot are taking a piss. All right. So
Dude, actually, I fucking love British accents. I'm sorry.
But
I'm sorry.
like,
I think it's so fun. Like, people probably think like me making fun of British accents is because I'm trying to make fun of people, but like I love the accent. I love the
no,
slang.
not really.
It's like
Growing
really
up,
funny.
we used to make fun of American accents.
Yeah, I love the banter.
Because it's like, let's
Take a
be
piss.
honest,
Take a piss.
we started the English language first, and you lot
Shut the fuck up.
We
You didn't
did.
start shit. That was not you.
No, not
Yo,
me.
Garrick, thank you so
England
much. I
started.
appreciate it. Thank you so much for the
Where
$5.
did English start from? In England. Am I not right?
Yeah, but I don't care. Right?
And you lot
You weren't
went
there.
over
That
to
was not you.
America.
That wasn't you. The
Yeah,
only
obviously
reason
it wasn't me.
we speak English is because of colonialization. You know that, right? Like, because literally imperialization. Like, I don't think we should be talking about like the origins of the English language as some sort of good thing, right? That's definitely not a good thing.
So
right?
where's
But we
English
happen
from
to
if it's
speak
not
this
England?
language.
Where's English from if it's not England then?
Oh, I'm not saying it's not from England, but the reason why I speak it here in the United States is because of colonialization.
You lot came from Europe.
I didn't come from Europe.
No, obviously. Obviously, like, man's black, innit? So obviously I came from Africa. So
I thought you said me.
no. You're probably from like down the line.
I'm not from Europe. I'm from Iowa.
Your lineage. Have you ever done 23andMe?
Yeah, but like a lot of them are just from the United States too. Like, it goes back maybe to like West.
American in that. You're not native.
Clearly, I'm not indigenous. Yeah.
So you're probably from Europe or something like that.
Yeah. So like, if I trace back my ancestry, it's you get like Western Europe. Go to the next person. Appreciate you coming on.
All right.
All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Let me look through to see if I can find this person. Is it this person?
Holy crap,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
man. I'm 19. I'm about to turn 20.
For sure. Do you think abortion's wrong in the first trimester?
I do.
Why so?
Yeah, I would say that I'm unconvinced that like a past subjective experience is going to be necessary in order to have moral consideration. And I feel like if you're going to argue that there has to be some form of actualization, you're going to have to explain how you know this to be the case and what neuroanatomical structures are going to be necessary.
Yeah. So, if you want to relate to like the sentience view, that would just be grounding when the sentience view begins. But if there's like a question of whether or not we value sentience in the first place, that would relate to like our moral values. Which one would you be concerned with engaging with?
I mean, I don't have a problem with engaging with either, but I'm definitely more interested in where you think a subjective experience comes from.
Where I think it comes from, or like
Yeah,
that could be a different type
like
of
what's
question.
necessary.
Oh, like what's necessary in the brain?
Yeah.
things that we associate with subjective experience without having like thymicrocortical connections or meeting the conditions of the prefrontal cortex, right? But it would be a most likely sort of standard, right? What is most likely to occur, or like where it's most likely to be.
Yeah, so you say that like these thalamocortical connections, meaning the cerebral cortex, the thalamus, and the prefrontal cortex, are going to be necessary for a subjective experience, or are they just going to be sufficient?
So I would say we would typically say like they would be like sufficient. What I would say is that it would be most likely to be applied. So necessary would be like that it cannot fail to happen, right? But I just brought up a circumstance in which it can fail. So I don't know if there's going to be like one property where I can say this is like what's going to universally apply. It's going to be within a particular range of like what's most likely. That's why we say like within the context of like the 18 through 26, right, that it's most likely to occur, right? Because it's between these particular characteristics, as we can associate certain characteristics within the context of brain-dead individuals without producing some type of subjective experience.
Yeah, so my contention with this is going to be that if you can't determine what's going to be necessary in order for one to be able to deploy this thing, how are you asserting that a zygote doesn't have a subjective experience?
Yeah, so we would just say that it doesn't have any properties that we would associate with like sentience in the first place, right? Because it's a single cell organism, right? We can establish a basis that at least like a mind would be required, right?
Well, yeah, sure. If you say mind, I would just ask you what creates a mind, and then we're back to the same question.
It would go to the brain.
Wait, hold on. You're providing things that are sufficient, but you're not providing things that are necessary. So how can we assert based on these things that are sufficient?
These are necessary.
That a zygote doesn't have.
I would say.
They're necessary now.
No. I'm saying the brain state is necessary. I'm saying that we couldn't identify a particular standard in which is universal as it relates to, say like thymicrocortical connections, prefrontal cortex, or stuff like that. But I that's not to say that I have no standards that I could say could be necessary points for this to be able to be the case.
Oh, what's necessary?
As life would be necessary too. Like you can't have these particular circumstances without life. So there would be certain necessary characteristics. But you were talking about necessary to exhibit sentience, right? From a basis of like what particular aspects of the brain produce this, right?
Yeah. So I'm asking you because again, you've asserted with certainty that a zygote isn't capable of this thing on basis of not having.
I didn't say certainty.
Well, no, you said a zygote isn't sentient. Does that not imply certainty?
No, it implies most likely.
Most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so you're saying just because it's most likely that this thing isn't sentient, how do you know they haven't actualized it?
How do they know they haven't? They exhibit no characteristics we would associate with sentience.
And what are those characteristics?
What characteristics would you associate with sentience that they have?
Well, this isn't really my position. I don't care if they actualize it. So it's not my burden of proof.
So then there's no critique here if you don't think that they have a basis for sentience.
Wait, Parker, it's not my burden of proof. This is your position,
you're the one
mine.
You're the one using as a critique, saying that they likely have sentience, but you have no basis to claim that they do have sentience.
You're strawmanning. That's not what I said. I never said that a zygote, quote unquote, like has what exhibits sentience or has like structures that
you're trying to question whether or not it has the capacity.
Hold on. Yeah, because if you're asserting that it doesn't, you're going to have the burden of proof to explain to me what are going to be the necessary structures, and all you've given me is sufficient structures.
I gave you a necessary structure. Brain existing is a necessary structure. I already told you that.
All of the brain?
Just a brain existing in the first place is going to be a necessary structure. We can have conversations past that point of what we think particular brain structures would be able to indicate that this is going to be the case, but a brain existing in the first place is going to be a necessary structure. I've already explained this to you.
Is all of the brain necessary?
What do you mean all of the brain?
Yeah, like if someone is born with like a brainstem, for example, would you say that they are capable of deploying some sort of subjective experience?
So if someone's just born with a brainstem, not necessarily, right? But like that would be my argument. But what I'm saying is that there's a basis for us even saying that like you just require a mind in the first place. But I don't think that would be sufficient.
Yeah,
just the brainstem.
Sure. So I would just present like the reductio of children with hydranencephaly, for example, right? Because these children don't have the hemispheres of their brain. They don't have the cerebral cortex. They don't have the prefrontal cortex. They just have a brainstem and they have cerebral fluid that replaces like the hemispheres of their brain. So would you say that these children with hydranencephaly don't have moral consideration, and it would be
Do they
permissible for
exhibit
us to like,
characteristics you'd
hold
associate with
on,
sentience?
hold on, I was almost done. Would it be permissible to take these children with hydranencephaly and like stick them down the garbage disposal or something?
Do they exhibit characteristics we associate with sentience?
Well, they don't have what you think is necessary, so it wouldn't be possible for them to have it regardless.
I'm asking if they exhibit characteristics we would associate with sentience, because maybe my conditions, right, aren't applicable to the circumstances. I haven't heard about these particular individuals you're referencing.
Well, that wouldn't matter unless you're shifting the goalpost.
No, I mean, I could change, like, again, we would base like what our hypothesis is, or like what our guess is for what explains why something has sentience off of the evidence that exists. So if I'm not just like particular on the evidence that would exist there, well, then clearly that could change how my hypothesis functions or what hypothesis I see to be applicable to the data. Does that make sense?
Not necessarily. I mean,
That
you'd have
clearly
to
makes
change-
sense. That would be under any process of being able to identify which hypothesis would be accurate.
Well,
Right, we
you're
take and
asking if it
compare
makes
different
sense to me.
hypotheses to
I was
see
just saying
which
I
one is
misunderstood.
most. No, we take different hypotheses to see which one is most likely to be true given the data. Okay, so if the data indicates a different hypothesis to be true, I would change my view. So all I'm saying is what conditions exist here for us to be able to identify this. Because if it does have my conditions for sentience, or it does meet the criteria that I would mention, right, then I would grant them to be of my consideration. So me clarifying whether or not they've exhibited these characteristics is clearly going to be relevant. Because I would not concede to some type of argument that says that it's something that is sentient. You can just throw into a garbage disposal.
Well, under the necessary condition that you presented to me, it would be permissible to stick them down the garbage disposal because
but
they
would you
don't-
like to?
Hold on, Parker, you have to let me speak.
No,
If
you
wanna
literally
have a-
didn't engage with the question I
if you
just
wanna
asked
have
you.
a-
Be so
wait,
real.
if you want to have a good conversation, you need
Well,
to
then
like
answer my
not
questions.
talk over me.
Answer my questions then.
Sure, that's fine. Ask your question again.
You didn't listen to my question?
It's not that I didn't listen to your question. I just kind of got a little, like, kind of disoriented from whatever the hell that meta just was. So can you just re-ask your question so I can address it?
What are you talking? I
Can you
really feel
re-ask
like
your
you didn't
question,
listen.
Parker, so that I can address it?
Yeah, like do they exhibit characteristics that you would associate with sentience?
That I would associate with sentience? Yeah, definitely.
What characteristics would those be?
Yeah, probably like responses to certain external stimuli that are like quote unquote mind dependent.
Okay, so like, do you think that like when an insect, after you kill it, responds to stimuli, or like its muscles, do you think that that's sentient?
I don't think it's mind dependent.
Okay, so it's
Because
only
it's
in the
dead.
context of there being a mind. So that
Sure, I would say that, like, in order
presupposes
for there to be
sentience.
I've already said that I don't disagree, Parker. I think you're misunderstanding kind of what my position is. I've already said that, like, I don't disagree with valuing some sort of like future subjective experience, because I can understand like why a subjective experience can be valuable. That's not what I'm contending with. What I have a contention with is you arguing that actualization is going to be necessary for this thing. And if you're arguing that actualization is necessary, you're going to have to explain to me how you know if the thing in utero has actualized this thing or not. That's all I'm contending with.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking you what qualities that you associate that they have sentience in this particular scenario, because I'm trying to get familiar with the particular scenario that you brought up. Okay, so if you can't give this to me, well then I'm not going to make an action. I'm not going to be able to genuinely respond to you if I don't know the evidence of the scenario or what the data shows.
Parker, I just answered your question. I thought I answered it pretty well.
Where did you answer?
Yeah, at the very beginning of my statement, right, I said something along the lines of like mind-dependent reaction to stimuli. I definitely answered your question.
Mind-dependent reaction to stimuli.
Correct.
Can you clarify what you mean by? Yeah, but we brought up a scenario where reaction to stimuli doesn't determine that. So what you're saying is that what is mind-dependent reaction stimuli then?
Parker, your scenario didn't address the mind-dependent part of my answer. I feel like you're intentionally being dishonest now.
No, then let me clarify. I literally just asked a question after that to clarify. If I misunderstood that, I'm clarifying with the question right now. What do you mean by mind-dependent reaction to stimuli? What does that mean?
Mind-dependent would be like perception that requires some sort of, what's the word, qualia in philosophy?
What do you refer to as qualia?
Yeah, now I feel like, I mean, I don't know if I can really explain to you what's going to be like a single person's like experience. There's not really, like, you're just gonna, if you're gonna keep asking, what do you mean every time, we're just gonna reduce back to, well, I don't know how to further explain this to you. Which
Okay,
again,
if you
this
if you
is
think that,
dishonesty because you know that it's going to reduce down to, well, I can't
what are you
break this
talking
down
about?
any further.
How is this dishonesty for me trying to clarify your position?
It's not
Like,
about.
I'm sorry. You need to get a
No,
grip. I don't know
think
why you're
I'm
getting
being
so
extremely.
defensive on me simply just
Parker,
asking
I'm
like
not
what you
being
mean by your
defensive.
position.
I'm not being defensive, right? The issue that I'm
What?
having with your argumentation right now is that you know that each time you ask, well, what do you mean by this? Well, what do you mean by this? It's going to reduce back to me not being able to explain any further.
If you don't have the way to explain it, you can just say that, right? I'm just trying to clarify the position because it was not clear to me yet. It seemed
Okay.
very vague to me because you
Are
say
you telling me you
qualia,
don't know
you
what
say
mind dependent means? Come on.
I know what mind dependent means when it
So
relates to
then
the way
why
that
did you
I'm using
ask?
it. Because it's the way that I'm using it, not the way that you're using it. I don't know why you're getting so angry or emotional at me when I'm literally just saying, like, again, I literally just said,
Emotional?
you're responding
I'm
emotionally
not
right now.
emotional. I'm not emotional. I just talk like this. I'm sorry.
But being defensive is like an emotional response to things. Do you agree?
Uh, Not necessarily, but I really feel like this isn't relevant regardless. Can you just like actually
Okay.
address my position?
I did. I was telling you that
haven't.
I was
You're
telling you
doing
that it
all
was,
of this to get around the hypothetical that I presented to you originally,
no,
Parker. You're dodging.
no,
Just
no.
address the question.
I'm literally trying to clarify the position so that I can accurately respond to it. If you don't think that I can ask questions to clarify the position, well, then there's not going to ever be an understanding between me and you that we can actually
been
base the
clarified
conversation
for
off
you.
of. Well, I was trying to get to that point. What you mean is subjective experience, right? So what you're doing is you're just presupposing that they have a subjective experience by having a reaction to stimuli. Okay? So you saying mind-dependent reaction to stimuli is just reaction to stimuli. There's nothing else.
No, it's not. Wait, no,
Yeah, it
that's
is.
not true at all. No. No, that's not true. Reaction to stimuli is going to be something that can occur at this, like at the cellular level, considering this is something that's going to be one of the 7 criteria for life. Are you familiar with those?
Not what you're referencing.
Yeah, reaction to stimuli is just going to be like at the cellular level responses to things that happen to like the body or the person or the organism or the cell, right? This isn't something that
bacteria
can
have
always.
sentience?
No, I'm not saying that any reaction to stimuli is sentience, Parker. This is where like
So again, when you said mind dependent, you said subjective experience, but what you classified as a subjective experience was reaction to stimuli. So all you said with mind dependent reaction stimuli is just.
Stimuli.
So again, but like I was asking you what sentience is in the first place. If mind dependent just means sentience, well then all you're telling me is that it's just reaction to stimuli.
Not necessarily. No.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what you just said.
Can you wait? This is so like bad faith, right? Because
I'm not
you give me
engaging
a
in bad
definite?
faith
Hold
at
on.
all.
Yes, you are, because I know that if I turn this question around on you, you cannot provide to me a definition of a subjective experience or sentience that's gonna be non-circular.
So by non-circular,
You're gonna have the same
are you
problem
just
I'm having.
by non-circular? Do you just mean that like subjective experience in of itself is an irreducible concept?
No, sentience.
Or are you
is
saying that
a
you can't find some necessary and sufficient condition to identify sentience?
Sentience is a subjective experience. Sentience is also going to be mind-dependent reaction or response to external stimuli. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that these things are synonymous, right? That's all I'm saying. I don't understand why I had to like go in that huge gigantic circle.
Yeah.
But
Well, when you say
in reference to my hypothetical, I'm saying that this child with hydranencephaly doesn't have the necessary conditions that you presented in order to be capable of sentience, which is why I presented it to you. That's all it was.
if they don't reach the stage of 18 weeks where they have these particular capacities of the brain, if they haven't hit 18 weeks in pregnancy, well, then they wouldn't be considered sentient under my worldview.
They're born.
Okay, well, then they would be considered sentient under my worldview, under like some sort of assumption, sort of hypothesis.
Wait, but they don't have these necessary structures that you presented.
Well, you'd have to be able to, on individual case by case, determine that they don't have these particular characteristics, which is not applicable in physical circumstances. So if you're saying that given these circumstances, they don't meet criteria of having subjective experience, but they're outside of the womb or something like that, it would be the case that you wouldn't be able to, like remove them from like a pregnancy or something like that. But you can't like just treat like a human body however you want, the same way that we couldn't just take dead people or brain dead people and just throw them in garbage disposals or whatnot. We would say that there are a particular set of circumstances that we should engage in treating, right, an entity this particular way.
Well, sure,
Right, that
but
looks
like,
human, right, that represents humans.
yeah, but this is just aesthetics, right? Like, if the woman
Yeah.
doesn't care what happens to this thing, right, would you say that she would be completely justified in sticking it down the garbage disposal in this case then, since
No,
it's
my view
essentially
has
property?
an aesthetic. No, my view has an aesthetic reference as well.
Wait,
I
in
just
all
described that
cases?
to you. I just
In all
described that to you,
cases?
that like if there is like going to be an aesthetic scenario when it relates to like a human being, right, or something that we would associate with human beings, well, then it would be the case that we would consider this to be something that we treat in a particular way. That doesn't mean that it has the same considerations as it relates to rights as sentient beings, but it means that we would, you know, treat them in a particular way, the same way we do so with brain dead individuals, or we do so with like dead individuals.
Yeah, would you say that if no one cares for this particular thing, that it would
It doesn't
essentially
matter
be
about whether or
property
not they
without
care.
Parker, can you stop interrupting me? That's super annoying. Like,
I literally,
like, you
I
can't
already
have
described this. I already described this. I never said
just
that
trying
just
to.
because I care about it, that means that, or just, I mean, not just because they care about it, that means that that determines the value. I never said that.
Okay, what I'm asking you is this thing morally considered if it doesn't have what's necessary for a subjective experience?
Yeah, if it doesn't have subjective experience, well, then it
That's
wouldn't
not
have
the
moral.
question.
Yeah, it wouldn't have moral rights to the same degree as we'd reference with other persons. But there's still a particular way that we would treat individuals in which wouldn't have sentience that we would associate with humans.
Yeah, that wasn't my question, right? Like, this thing doesn't
Mike
have the
very
structures
clearly
that
answered.
holy crap, Parker. It doesn't have the things that you've already argued are going to be necessary, not sufficient, but necessary for a subjective experience. So does this mean that this thing is not morally considered and doesn't have rights in the same way that you or I would have rights?
Yeah, so I already told you, if it does not have sentience, then it would be the case that it does not have rights, right, to the same degree that we'd reference now. But there's still a particular way that we would treat an entity that we would associate with humans, the same way we do so with brain dead individuals or dead individuals in which are not sentient, but we would associate with humans.
Yeah, so I feel like a decent like chunk of people,
I literally
or at
just said the
least
same thing, and now you think I answered. Thank you very much.
well, no, I'm accepting what you gave me because I don't think I'm gonna be able to get any further than this.
So
right?
how would I
I'm
how did I
gonna
not clarify there?
It's just that you're not directly saying that it would be permissible for us to unalive this thing when under your view it should be. But that's completely fine, right? We can move forward. We
Yeah,
don't have
I'm saying in the scenario in which it does not have sentience, I would not
Holy
say that it has
crap!
the
Can
same
I
types of
finish
moral rights.
one sentence, Parker, please?
You stop
Please.
talking. You stop
I
talking.
didn't stop talking. I'm so sorry. I promise I won't breathe again. Just let me finish my statement, okay?
I'm not saying that you can't breathe. I'm just saying that it sounded like you stopped talking, so I responded. My bad.
Yeah, okay. Let me chill. I'm sorry. Yeah, I would just say that like on basis of I would say that the majority of like quote unquote reasonable people are just gonna intuitively disagree that like a human child wouldn't be morally considered on basis of it not actualizing something that it's very likely to like actualize in the future or has been observed to actualize on basis of missing certain necessary structures. So I would just say that this is just gonna be like an unintuitive position.
Okay. So like so is your view just like based upon like what the future is? It just if it has a future?
Yeah, I would say some sort of future subjective experience. I would say present or future subjective experience. I wouldn't say present is like necessary, but I would say future is necessary.
Sheila, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Garrick, thank you so much for the $25 as well. Thank you so much. Can we get a W for Garrick in the chat, everyone? Okay, so if we had a contraption where there's a sperm and an egg, or they're moving towards each other, we click the button so that they're going to cause conception in about an hour. Would they have rights prior to conception if we know that this is going to lead to sentience in the future?
I love this hypothetical. Yeah, so there's going to be an ontological distinction between like a sperm and an egg and a zygote, right? Considering we know that the sperm and an egg cease to exist after conception, right? So it doesn't have a future of subjective experience. That's just not true.
Yeah, so there's a future subjective experience that results from the action, right? We're relating to the idea in which there is going to be a future subjective experience, but your way of differentiating was then appealing to a conjunction of characteristics of life and future subjective experience. So you've now changed your position. You've moved.
Wait,
the
no, I
goalpost.
haven't. Wait, no, that's
You went from a disjunction.
Wait, no, there's a
Hold on.
no,
Let me clarify. Let me clarify.
No, because you're
I know.
strawmanning me.
I'm not
Wait,
strawmanning. I'm not strawmanning.
Go ahead.
This is based upon the way you just clarified. You went from a disjunction, sorry, it just cut out. You went from a disjunction, this or this. You went from present or future subjective experience to life and future subjective experience. You see how you made a distinction? Your relevant distinction was not a quality that you prior mentioned.
Wait. No. Because this future subjective experience doesn't exist in a sperm or an egg as individuals, right? I would say that in a zygote, this future subjective experience does exist because the zygote is going to be the same organism as like you or I, right? There's not a natural distinction between these two things. And
Yes.
again, the sperm and egg no longer exist post-conception. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm done now.
Yeah, so it's about the organism, the life, and the future subjective experience, not the disjunction of present or future. So you see how you changed the standard? It's fine that you changed the standard. I thought that that's what you were going to go off of, but it is a change of the prior standard that you placed out.
Wait, well, not necessarily, because wouldn't your position also require one being an organism? Because this subjective experience isn't like observable in a sperm or an egg. And again, you still haven't been able to tell me what
I
the
have a
necessary
conjunction.
conditions are.
I gave you
What's
a
your
conjunction.
conjunction?
My conjunction's past or present and future subjective experience. So it's a disjunction into conjunction.
Wait, I'm sorry. And conjunction means, like, I'm genuinely asking. I don't know
Conjunction
what you
means
mean by
this
that.
and this grants quality.
And disjunction?
It's an AND gate. Disjunction is this or this creates like value. It's an OR gate.
Yeah. That's my position is going to be an or rather than an and.
No, your view was a conjunction. Okay. You went from a
Also-
disjunction to a conjunction. I just explained this. You went from the disjunction of present or future subjective experience to a conjunction of life and future subjective experience. That was what you just changed your
No.
view from.
Wait, not necessarily, because I would say that being an organism is going to be required for this quote unquote.
Yeah, which is
disjunction to
part of the
exist in
conjunction.
first place. No,
No,
it's
that's not a disjunction. That's a conjunction. Because you're saying
Wait,
this
no,
and
it's
this.
not
You're saying
wait, sorry, yeah.
future,
That's what I meant.
and you're saying what's it called? Life. So you're saying organism, life, and future subjective experience. That's a conjunction, not a disjunction.
Parker, wait, no, because in order for the subjective experience to exist in the first place, and this exists within your view as well, right? Are a sperm and egg capable of a subjective experience on their own?
I never made that claim, right?
No, I'm
but
asking.
you're appealing to life in that scenario as part of the conjunction.
No, I'm saying that this quote unquote life ceases to exist after conception and therefore doesn't have the same capacity.
Yeah, I understand that you're referencing that, but you're talking in context of the organism. So that's going to relate to a necessary condition within the context of your conjunction. This
It doesn't
and
specifically
this.
have to be an organism, though.
You did say that.
No, for real, this is your argument moves.
You did say that.
Well, I'm not saying that it has to be an organism. I'm saying that at the organism, this begins, for at least in the case of a human.
Wait, so, okay.
But I wouldn't say
at
it's
the
like
point in which,
necessary
say
for
that
my
again?
position to have moral consideration.
So they don't have to be an organism.
No, because even if a sperm cell had some sort of subjective experience, both you and I would have to value it. So
Yeah, I would value a
care.
sperm cell if it had a subjective experience.
yes, so would I. I don't think being an organism is necessary, but I'd say when it comes to the
But
science
that's actually the
of a
relevant distinction you
subject-
gave.
Wait, well, no, it's the distinction I gave between a sperm and an egg versus a zygote. Once it becomes an organism and the sperm and egg no longer exist, that capacity is there, but I don't think being an organism is going to be necessary within my framework to have a subjective experience. I think I kind of confused you with my wording, but that's more so what I mean.
I didn't say necessary for subjective experience. I was saying necessary for your consideration. Right? 'Cause
No,
your
it doesn't have to
consideration
be an
was
organism.
okay. So then I don't know why that was the relevant quality that made the difference between the two. Because then it's just not going to be. I'm so confused why you brought that up then.
I brought it up. No, okay, so I brought it up because once it becomes an organism, the sperm and egg no longer exist. That's just why I mentioned the organism, just to provide a distinction. But I could have.
Yeah, but if it's not a quality, then it's not a distinction.
I probably should have just said zygote. I can understand like that. I could have worded that better.
No. I understand that
my
zygote is
answer.
an organism, right? I'm not disputing that either. What I'm saying is that if whether or not it's an organism isn't relevant, then that wouldn't be a point to bring up because you're talking about the conjunction, right? Whether or not it meets your qualities or your characteristics in terms of the conjunction.
Sure,
Right?
I
So
didn't
unless
need
it
to
would be
bring it
a
up.
quality within the conjunction, it wouldn't be a relevant characteristic to have brought up.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. It doesn't need to be an organism, which was why I didn't mention it when we first started this conversation.
So if it's just past, present or future subjective experience, well, then it would be the case that, again, my scenario still would apply here.
No, it wouldn't.
because
Holy
because
crap.
because they have future subjective experience. But then you're going to make the distinction between life, so it's going to be life and future subjective experience.
Parker, this is
not just past. Present or future. You're not understanding your own view here.
It's not that I'm not understanding my own view. Please, like, come on, be serious.
I just explained how you didn't understand it.
No, I understand my position. I feel like at this point we're kind of like talking past each other because
No, I just
like,
explained how you didn't. Can you respond to anything I said? Because I just explained exactly how you didn't understand your own view.
the sperm does not have a future subjective experience because it ceases to exist after conception. The ovum does not have a future subjective experience because it ceases to exist after conception. How is this a hard concept?
That's not what I was saying either. It's the fact that they're both on track to meet each other. When they're both on track to meet each other, there is a future subjective experience that exists at that particular point. Okay? When you just say just a sperm or just an egg, that's a straw man of the analogy that I was specifically bringing up. Secondly, you did not provide a relevant distinction that was relevant to the particular qualities that you brought up in terms of your disjunction.
Oh my God. I feel like you're kind of intentionally like being dishonest because I feel like there's no better way.
I'm not being dishonest. I'm literally just me disagreeing with you is dishonest. My bad.
There is no better way for me to explain this. I've explained to you how when it comes
I've responded.
to
Everything you've said, I've responded to. I've engaged with every single point. I'm not engaging dishonestly. I'm being very nice. I'm being extraordinarily patient with your point of view. Right? I think it's disingenuous for you to constantly poison the well by saying that I'm being disingenuous when I'm giving you very clear reasoning as to why I'm disagreeing with your stance.
Wait, but your disagreement doesn't address my statement, right? Because I said no, because the past subjective experience, the future subjective experience does not exist in a sperm and it does not exist in an egg.
But it does when they're both coming together.
Parker,
when they're in a state in which they're both in a
if you want to say
I don't care. If they're in a state in which they can both come together, well then it is the case that there's a future subjective experience that exists there. I have now explained that 3 times.
Come on.
There is a future subjective experience when they are both on track to cause conception.
If you want to say that it exists as a concept, then cool. Like, sure, as a concept, it exists. But this wouldn't grant a sperm value and this wouldn't grant an egg value. So I don't understand.
But it would grant them value when they're on track to go towards each other.
And what is it necessarily granting value to if the sperm doesn't have a future
both the
subjective
sperm and the
experience
egg
and
in
neither does the
conjunction.
egg? No, it doesn't. Oh
yes,
God,
it is.
because neither of them exist after conception, Parker.
But the point is, both of them together, there's a future subjective experience that results from these two being in a state in which they could go towards each other.
Holy crap. Like, I don't really know if there's anywhere else we can really go with this.
It doesn't respond to what I just said at all. You're not responding. You're just laughing and not responding.
No, it's not that, dude. It's not that I don't want to respond to you. It's just that I've tried to like explain my point of view on this
Then respond to what I just said.
Dude, I've tried to explain my point of view on this like 15 times, but it kind of seems like we're still like running into the same wall because regardless of how I explain it to you, you're not understanding.
I don't think it's my inability to understand. I think it's your inability to currently explain because I'm giving you a question that is not explainable under your worldview.
15 times, Parker.
No, you didn't. I asked you specific questions. I responded to what you said, and now you're deflecting away from responding.
That's not deflecting. I've answered 15 times.
No, you have not. No, you haven't.
You've said the same shit. I've said the same shit. I don't know how else we're supposed to move forward in this
you have not responded
Parker.
to what I said. I gave you conditions in which both of them together moving towards each other, there's a future subjective experience that results from the fact that they are both moving towards each other. There is a future subjective experience there that meets your criteria. Therefore, there would be rights granted to this particular petri dish in which they're moving towards each other. Catherine, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand like what individual we're supposed to be granting consideration to if neither the sperm and neither the egg have a future subjective experience and it only exists in concept.
Wait, you don't have to grant it to an individual. Your worldview doesn't just grant things to individuals. It grants things to something in which has or meets your criteria. It cannot be an individual that meets your criteria. Mine can only be an individual as it relates to a subjective experience. Yours relates to particularly just
What do you mean
something
by
in which has a
individual?
future subjective experience.
What do you mean by individual?
Singular entity.
Singular entity. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
I don't disagree with that.
You
Wait,
didn't
yeah, I
respond
don't
to my point.
disagree with
In your
that.
criteria,
A
it did not
sperm and
say
an
that it
egg in
has to be an individual.
conjunction. Wait, yeah, I don't disagree with it. Wait, I didn't. Sure, I have no issue with clarifying and saying that there must be some sort of individual or distinct entity. I don't have an issue with saying that.
So
I don't
you
have an
changed your
issue
view
with that.
again?
I don't have an issue. Yeah, I don't have an issue
So
with
now it's a
changing it to make
conjunction
it a
of an
little more
individual.
to make it a little more coherent so that you can better understand how this hypothetical does not apply to my position. I have no issue with explaining my position further. I have no issue with that. And I don't understand why you're acting like you've got me in some sort of gotcha when this all
I'm
you
not.
just helped me do was get out of like dying on this hill in your hypothetical. You know that, right?
No, you just completely changed your worldview. You now
Wait,
jumped
no,
back to the
holy
let
fuck,
me
you're
please respond. You now just jumped back to the conjunction of individual and future subjective experience. It's now not a disjunction of past or present. I mean, not or present or future subjective experience. It's now a conjunction of individual and future subjective experience. So you just changed your
individual is
worldview for
present
the
within
fourth
your
time on
position
my
as well.
live.
Wait,
Scott,
wait,
thank
wait,
you so
wait,
much for the
Parker,
$30.
Parker,
W
holy
Scott
crap,
in the
wait,
comment
this is so
section, everyone.
funny.
Can we get a
Wait,
W
hold
Scott
on.
in the comment section, everyone? Thank you so much for the $30. I appreciate it.
Parker, wait, hold on, Parker. You do realize that this is required within your position as well, right?
A conjunction?
No, no. An individual is required within your position.
Yeah, because my view relates to a subjective experience in which there's a conjunction, right? I was relating to your worldview. I don't know why you just use that as a response to me. That doesn't get you out of this hole. You still have to change your worldview.
Wait, yeah, I don't have. Wait, sure, I won't have to concede to pro-choice though. This would
Okay,
just
that's
strengthen my
wait.
position
I
and
never
make it a
said
little
that.
bit more.
Wait,
Parker,
wait.
hold on. No. I'm just saying that this is just gonna help me make my position a little more
I know.
coherent. I don't have an
I know.
issue with
That's
that.
what I was trying to do.
I'm fine with engaging in this conversation in good faith. I'm not here to have screaming matches. That's why I kept lowering my tone because I can acknowledge when I'm getting quote unquote emotional. I want to have a good conversation, right? So when it comes to my position, I would say that yes, one must be a quote unquote individual. A sperm would be a quote unquote individual entity. An egg would be a quote unquote individual entity, right? However, I would also say that either a subjective experience in the future or a subjective experience in the present is going to be necessary. Well, future is necessary, present is sufficient in order to have a subjective experience. I hope that's a little bit more coherent than what I came in with, but I hope that makes a little more sense.
Okay, so that's fine. Kate, thank you so much for the $50 Venmo. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Can we get a W for Kate in the comment section as well? Yeah, because I'm not responding to you to just to dunk on you. I'm trying to legitimately give you a position that I think is going to be reasonable, or logical, not reasonable. Right? I think that you're going to ultimately have worse reductios as it relates to a pro-life stance, but you can have a logical point of view as it relates to being a pro-lifer. But you have to hold to the view that's life and future subjective experience. So you do have to hold to the individual view. And that's why I'm saying that I was trying to reduce your view to the conjunction, because that's the only view that I've seen to be at all logical as it relates to these different types of reductios that I would bring up. Right? But I can give reductios that make it seem absurd.
Well, I don't know what you mean by quote unquote life, right? Because I've heard your Black Mirror hypothetical, right? I wouldn't consider a robot to be quote unquote alive, but if the robot has a human subjective experience inside of it, I don't see why it would have different consideration.
Oh, okay. That complicates things with your view then. Because technically Yeah, I'll explain. Because technically under your view, right, if it's life and future subjective experience, well, then you're going to have to concede that it's not going to be viewed the same. Because it is the case that then you'd end up with an equation that says sentience plus life is equal to sentience, which essentially equates life to be equal to zero value.
I didn't exactly say life. I didn't say life. You said life.
Okay, so then you don't... Well, I was telling you what was a more reasonable view for a pro-lifer. right? Conceding to the scenario I brought up with the Black Mirror scenario, that's just an absurdism that you'd have to hold to under your worldview if you hold to that standard. But you wouldn't result in a contradiction. Whereas when you relate to like the disjunction that you brought up with either present or future subjective experience, that does result in a contradiction given your values that we've already mentioned. That's why I'm saying you essentially have to hold the view that I just mentioned.
Wait, how so?
We just brought up the whole thing, like the sperm and the egg moving towards each other, because if you don't hold to like an individual or a life view, well then you're going to say that has consideration because it meets your criteria.
But these are individual entities. I don't think do you think like entities
individual, see how you have to go back to the conjunction?
Hold on, but does entity presuppose life?
Does entity presuppose life?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, but it can include an entity that's alive.
Right. So then where is life within my framework? I'm confused.
Okay, so if it's just an individual, then how does that get you out of this question here?
Yeah, I would say that sperm and egg are going to be like individual entities, but they're not. But so I wouldn't have to grant consideration to them together, if that makes sense. Because the capacity doesn't exist separately, but only together.
Yeah, because you're just saying it's like an individual. You're not appealing to the life, right? But then like, yeah. So then the idea is that like if you just relate to like an individual, right? If we were to bring up a particular scenario in which like there are, there's gonna like the scenario that we brought up with the hypothetical, then you.
I'm sorry, the comments are so funny.
Which ones?
The "she's annoying me now" comment is really funny.
Oh, you're just talking about the people who get annoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So your conjunction is individual and then future subjective experience, right?
Individual, I would say future is necessary. Yeah. Individual, entity, future. Yeah.
So conjunction of these?
Yeah.
So like if we had like a rock, right, that in the future was going to have subjective experience, if we could have a rock that could be like that, would you say that this would be granted moral consideration prior to having subjective experience?
The rock. Yep, for sure.
You think it would be wrong to break the rock prior to subjective experience? So that it never has subjective experience?
Do you mind if I give you like a counter hypothetical that'll kind of show you how I feel about this? So the one that I like to use when having a conversation with people that are like pro-sentience, like pro-actualizing sentience, is going to be along the lines of if a woman were to give birth to pepperoni pizza. That's so funny. Okay, were to give birth to like an infant that doesn't have a current subjective experience on basis of suffering from some like brain asphyxia in utero, but is likely to actualize its subjective experience in the future, would we say that this child has moral consideration? I would say that it would be impermissible to like dismember the child, for example. I would say that the child should be protected until it can reach this subjective experience.
So it hasn't established...
And I would say most people are going to intuitively agree with this. I'm sorry.
So it hasn't established past or present?
No.
And it doesn't... It's nothing associated with humans. It doesn't look human?
Well, in my position, that wouldn't matter. I know you have an aesthetics part of yours, which I think is just going to be based on like your own personal preferences and desires.
Of course.
It wouldn't matter under my view. I would still grant it moral consideration. Under your view, I guess if it doesn't look human, you wouldn't grant it rights, and if it did, you would, I assume.
Well, it depends on what you mean by rights. Like
granted protections.
Different ways of treating it. Like if you want to consider that right, sure, like you could, but it's not going to be the same type of rights we would consider with persons, right? But because it's associated with humans, right, we would grant that we treat it in a particular way, i.e. we wouldn't say that like dismembering it would be like something that we'd want to engage in or something like that. But it is the case that we wouldn't have like an obligation to sustain it.
Right. And
but you're saying that we would have an obligation to sustain it.
Yes, I would say that I don't agree. I don't think it would, under my view, as it pertains to my personal preferences and desires, that we should be allowed to like harm this thing. I'd say we should protect it until it can actualize its like subjective experience. But obviously, we're just gonna have like a fundamental disagreement on that.
Do you have a human condition under your view, or is your view applicable to no?
Superman has the same rights as the rest of us.
Well, you can grant things like Superman, but that could just be like you arbitrarily
Humanoid.
decide to do Superman, like as well as you do human. But like, so would you say that like, are you vegan?
Am I vegan?
Yeah.
Ethically, yes. I
But
agree
you
with
still eat
vegan
meat.
ethics. Yeah, I eat meat.
Why?
Because I like chicken. I don't.
Damn.
And I think that like, I mean that's honestly the defeater. Honestly.
Damn. Damn, that's tough. I like chicken. Wow, that was great, dude. So wait, that doesn't sound like you're ethically vegan. You wouldn't consider yourself a murderer.
No, vegan ethics. Well, no, vegan ethics and like actually participating in veganism are going to be different. I can agree that animals should have moral consideration. Like, for example, do you know what a tu quoque fallacy is? Like a hypocrisy fallacy?
I actually don't. You can educate me on that.
Yeah, so that one's just going to be that arguing that someone's actions being contrary to their views discounts their views, right? It's a failure in reasoning there.
Oh, I'm not saying it discounts you. What I'm saying here,
I know.
What I'm saying in this scenario is that you would consider yourself a murderer. And I don't think you're willing to accept that reductio. Like, kind of what kind of pushed me off of a lot of these views is that, like,
Wait, but so do you.
Yeah. Oh, I don't. I have a human condition, so I do human and sentience. Because I wouldn't be willing to. I think the reductios are significantly worse. Like, I wouldn't consider my parents murderers. I wouldn't consider my sisters murderers because they eat meat.
Wait, but would you like, wait, for example, so if someone wanted to like eat Superman for dinner, you'd just be chill with that?
I can apply it to Superman as well.
Wait, but why?
I have a
He's not
Superman
human.
condition. I have a Superman condition.
Parker, this is special pleading, brother.
This is not special pleading.
That is special pleading if you
No,
have
it's
a
not.
human condition.
How is that special pleading? Because
Because
special pleading
he's not
would be
human.
to a principle. I never established a principle as it relates to sentience.
did.
I said a conjunction, right?
Yeah, you said being human is necessary, right?
that as in within the context of the conjunction, right? So it's gonna be human and sentience. I never gave a principle of all sentient life is valuable and then special pleaded to that principle, right? I gave a conjunction, so I never special pleaded to a principle.
Wait, but you said that for moral consideration, you have to have both of these things, and he only has one of these things. So why can't I eat him?
So that was
What's the second conjunction?
Superman.
I'm just
sentient.
curious now. I'm not really trying to debate you. I'm just
Like
curious
seriously,
now.
you can just do this. The separate standard of Superman plus sentience. So you can just have two separate conjunctions, right? Instead of having to say that you just like value all sentience the same, because like there's just going to be like insane reductives you have to hold to. I'm not saying I don't value animals. I think that the way we currently treat animals in our fucking society right now, absolutely deplorable, right? I hate the way we currently do it. But it is the case that I am not going to say that I value other types of animal species the same I value humans, like on our planet. Right, but sure, you could bring up scenarios where like Superman, right? And I would probably value Superman just as much as I would value other humans or something like that. And I can just create a separate standard, a separate conjunction that accounts for that. And there's no logical issue there. All we're going to have to relate to is like the different types of absurdisms that we would hold to.
Okay, so it's not about him not being human, right? You hold a separate principle where if you're Superman, you get a free pass.
It's a Superman plus sentience. That's my
Parker,
second
that's
standard.
cheating. You can't.
It isn't cheating. It isn't cheating. This is the best way to respond to these types of questions. Because I've thought about these questions.
If you can cheat, then why
before.
can't I cheat too?
Well, you can. You can do the same things I'm doing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but like this is why
I'm
particularism is
special pleading
great.
to-
This is why we love. No, I'm not special pleading.
You're
Again,
a particularist?
I am a
Bro,
particularist.
that
Special
explains
pleading.
so much.
I know it does. Special pleading assumes a principle. I never established a principle as it relates to just all sentient life.
Oh my god. Debating a particularist is like
You don't like
debating
debating
a freaking
particularists,
nihilist,
do you?
bro. I might as well go debate a nihilist or an anarchist.
No, dude, what? Wait, okay, comparing particularism to like I mean, well, it depends on what you mean by nihilism. But what was the second one you said? You said fuck, I literally just forgot it.
Anarchists.
Okay. It also depends on what you mean by anarchist, because some people will be anarchists, but they define anarchism as like against unjust hierarchy. So under that definition, I'm also an anarchist, right? And so are
No.
you, and so is everyone else in the chat. Okay,
No.
but like that's not what like other anarchists would be. Other anarchists, right? That's gonna be a view I think is wild. But
No, by anarchist, I mean they don't want any government, any governing body. They don't want any
yeah, you just mean no
laws
state.
because they're nihilists, right? So they're nihilists that don't think anything has moral consideration. There's no point on anything, and no one has any rights.
Hold on, anarchists. I would not represent anarchists that way. I used to be an anarchist, right? And it's not because I had no moral value or because I was a nihilist, right? I was an anarchist because I think that the state was an oppressive force. Okay, that's why. Right. And also I was a total anarchist. I was a libertarian socialist.
Oh.
So I was an anarchist as it relates to economics and an anarchist as it relates to like state structures. Okay. So I was anarchist pilled so hard. Ryan, thank you so much for the venom. I appreciate it. But
I'd
the
still
issue with
rather date a
anarchism,
nihilist than a particularist.
okay. Well, that's tough. That maybe that just means that you just don't like being questioned good enough. Because honestly,
whoa,
particularism
don't do
is just
that.
based. Come on, particularism is based.
Particularism is a cop out. Be serious,
No, it's
Parker.
not. No, it's not.
It's a cop out.
It's like one of the only. It's like the only reasonable
stick
view.
to anything you say. You can just make stuff up and have different views for no reason
make
and
stuff
get
up.
away with it because you're a particularist.
Then do it.
Bro, I'm gonna start running particularism.
Do
and
it.
just dunking on people now.
Just do it.
It's much easier to debate as a particularist. That's why
because it's a better position.
For my life.
Wait, Kai. It's because it's a better position.
It's
the
not.
reason
It's a
why it's easier
cop-out.
is because it's better. It's not a cop out. It's reality. Okay.
It's a cop out.
It's reality.
Because you get to just make stuff up, and then when
I'm not just making
questions you
stuff
on
up.
it, you can change your view 15 times, and it's fine.
No, you don't have to change your view because I
As
never
long as it's
went
not
back.
breaking
By the way,
non-contradiction, you're
which is
good.
not changing your view then.
No, because you said I can't murk Superman even though he's not human, and you said
Wait,
being
I never
human is
changed my view
necessary
there.
because
Wait,
you're a
wait, Kai.
particularist, and you
Kai,
don't
you're
have
assuming
to
I've
hold-
never thought about this before. You know I've heard this exact hypothetical before. I've already talked about this. I've already established a position for this. That's why I was able to respond so quickly. Okay.
Okay,
It's because I've had conversations associated with this before.
Guys, Parker has a significant other. Please
Yeah,
stop.
chat.
saying
I have a
flirting.
girlfriend. I'm not flirting. Please stop.
Anyways, yeah, great conversation. I hope we can have like better conversations in the future. I know I was a little
No, you're good. You're good.
frustrated, but
No, I appreciate conversations like this. It's been a minute since I've had a conversation like that. So
yeah.
yeah, I followed you
Hero.
back. We should maybe we disagree on other things. We can have conversations there too.
Yeah, I cooked Dean once
Wait, what'd you cook Dean on? I gotta hear this.
on abortion.
Wait, what?
He died on the hydranencephaly hill the first time we debated.
Oh, he just immediately did it. Well, I mean, like for me again, when we relate
But he
to
cooked me the second time.
oh, that's unfortunate. So when we relate to it, all we're doing here is like we're saying like when is sentience occurring? What hypothesis makes most sense given the evidence? So obviously it's going to be contextual to like the circumstances that exist. And obviously, like me asking questions like, do they exhibit these characteristics?
Oh,
will be
shit,
irrelevant
he's
to
here?
whether or not I would think that they meet these characteristics. If Dean's here, he can come on and like try to help himself out here real quick. I don't think he is though. He's starting live like right now.
I think I'd rather die than debate him again, honestly.
Really? What happened?
It was an interesting conversation.
Who's
It was a
more
while
rude?
ago. I also like haven't blocked, so
Of course. Who's more rude, me or him?
I'm not answering that shit.
I gotta hear the answer. Come on.
I'm not answering that. No way.
Why? I it's not like a
Because
crazy thing to answer.
you both have like 100 million simps behind you. I would probably never see the light of day ever.
No,
again,
I
so-
think there's a pretty rational answer to this. I think it's clearly Dean. Dean concedes to this, right? But I mean, some people have had a perspective recently that I'm worse. So like, I don't know. Like, I just wanted to be able to see.
Look.
Wait, so you do think it's me? But you
No, I
haven't
don't-
blocked.
Oh crap. No, I think you're definitely nicer.
Okay.
But
I feel like
yeah.
you're on the bridge for that one. So why do you haven't blocked then?
oh, that's got nothing to do with debating.
Oh, there's something else.
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with debating. Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh, Dean's in the request.
Holy crap! There's 3.4K people on here, man.
Yeah. What about it?
Yo, I heard my name. Hello, guys. Yeah, well, first of all, I enjoyed listening to that debate. I actually put my live off an hour to listen to that, and I would have done it again. That was a great conversation. But El Kai for saying that you beat me on the first one.
No,
El
the first time
Kai.
on K's panel, you definitely conceded to like murking kids with hydranencephaly. That definitely happened in 4K, but you weren't famous yet, so there's no proof. But that's okay. We both know
Are
it
we? Why
happened.
are we saying he's famous? Come on, that's
I'm also
wild.
We both know it happened.
Yeah, by the way, Parker, this is Kai modded my stream and my Discord for months and months and months since I started. So that's why I sent you that text telling you it would be a good debate because she's a good faith debater. But El Kai, I don't know about that. I'm not hearing any substantiation. You know what? We're gonna have to, chop that up to being an unlikely claim.
Why is this discount Phil bro talking to me right now?
All right, that's crazy.
Discount Phil, bro. Wait, that's actually so bad. Yeah, that is brutal.
That's crazy.
Save that
That's
one for the
crazy.
Discord. Yo.
Well, I'm gonna go start my live. If you want to do a co-host later, Parker, I'm sure we could figure something out. I know that we
just
were
DM me,
talking
'cause
about that.
We talked about that earlier. So let me know.
Of course. Well, have a good rest of your stream, W Parker, W Chat.
Peace out. Peace out.
Peace out.
All right, everyone. We're going to go on to the next person. If you want to see some debates, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone. If you do want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. I get 100% of the proceeds there. So do send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. All right. Okay, let me get on to the next person. Can you all do a different topic? This is the one I'm going to be doing for the rest of today. So if you do disagree, send one right now on this particular topic. Tomorrow we're going to be doing a different one. Let me know what topic y'all want me to do tomorrow in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
For sure. Are you driving?
I'm actually at work, but I'm listening to you guys. I love your...
So I think he's driving. We're going to go to the next person, everyone. Trump, I'll probably do Trump. Do psychics. It's been a minute since I've done psychics. Climate change with Dr. Nixie. We want to do a flat earth one here in the future with Blitz and Nixie. What do y'all think about that one? We've got to do that here pretty soon sometime. No Trump. Yeah, some people don't like Trump, but others do. So I don't quite know what to do. Also, by the way, everyone, if you do want to support me, there is a link tree in my bio, and it has my YouTube channel. We're gonna be posting a lot more there. So if you do want to check that out, I would really appreciate it, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Yes,
Why so?
I do. Because I feel like it's a human being.
Okay, right. Do you think that someone who has an IUD is a murderer?
No,
No. Why not?
because they are not allowing for it to happen.
Yeah, but not only can an IUD prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent like implantation, right? The fertilized egg, the conceived cell at conception, the life at conception from implanting into the uterine wall, causing pregnancy. So it does effectively end a human life intentionally. So clearly speaking, in that scenario, we would probably say, right, that this would be murder under your worldview. Okay, so you would consider people who have IUDs murderers, right?
No, I would not.
Okay, so then you don't think that just killing a human being would be murder, right? Oh, he just left. Okay, we're going to go to the next person, everyone. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. It gets it out to more people. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, but let's get on to the next person. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How
Oh,
old
let's
are you?
go. Yo, what's up? I'm 22.
Yeah, do you think that abortion's wrong in the first trimester?
Yeah, so I'm kind of confused on your stance about sentience in relation to the brain dead patient.
Yeah, what about it?
So you said that like human qualities make it okay, right?
What do you mean?
So like the difference between the fetus and the brain dead patient is the brain dead patient has human qualities, right? And a fetus before 24 weeks doesn't, right?
What are you talking about? You brain dead individuals, you can pull the plug on. You can get an abortion prior to 18 weeks. right?
Right, but when you were talking about aesthetics,
yeah,
like that argument.
So you can end the pregnancy, but you can't do particular things, right? Like in terms of the way that you treat, like you wouldn't be able to take the fetus out and just like start like doing sexual things to it. That would be wrong under my worldview, right? Because it's going to be associated with humans, right? But you can terminate the pregnancy. Because we have to take into account that there's an individual here in which has to sustain a pregnancy or would be harmed by not being
Sentience, though.
What? Okay, I'm confused what you're saying.
So, like, the argument that you had with the last guest, right? You said that there was so you had the brain dead patient, the fetus before 24 weeks, right? And so you're insinuating that there's no aesthetic human value to the fetus, correct?
Wait, why are people saying, Parker, that's crazy? What are people talking about? What did I say that was crazy? Like, actually, what did I say that was crazy, chat? Sorry, can you restate what you just said?
Yeah, so do you remember when you were talking to her about the brain dead patient, right? And then you said that if it doesn't have like human qualities, then that doesn't constitute like value to sentience, right? Am I wrong?
Oh, people are just saying you're crazy and that's insane. So there's nothing. I said that like you can't do things to like brain dead people in which we would like have sex with their bodies, right? Because there's going to be human qualities that we would associate with that. So it'd be like some sort of aesthetic reason why we think it's wrong.
Right. So you're saying that there's no human qualities to a fetus before 24 weeks.
Before 18 weeks, we would say that there are human qualities, right, that you could associate with, but we wouldn't say that there's sentience, right? Again, I told you that there are particular ways we can treat it, but I have no issue with ending a pregnancy prior to 18 weeks.
Right, but a brain dead patient is not sentient either, right? But they have human qualities.
Mm-hmm.
That was your justification.
Yeah, and you have no obligation to sustain the brain dead individual either.
Okay, but there's a difference between keeping someone alive and killing someone, right?
Okay, keeping someone alive and killing, sure. But I don't think there's like a good distinction that you can provide, as when you pull the plug on an individual's brain dead, you're effectively killing them. Like you are effectively killing them.
No, you're just letting nature take its course.
Okay.
Like if somebody fell out of a tree.
That's like saying that like you had a child and instead of feeding them, you let them starve, but you didn't kill them. You just let nature kill them. Like what? You still effectively killed that child.
How can you substantiate that though, Parker? That's letting nature take its course. You're keeping them alive.
You let a child starve. You literally don't give them food. You don't think that they killed them? You don't consider that murder.
That's completely different. That's not logically analogous. If somebody fell out of a tree,
you let nature kill them.
No, hold on. If somebody fell out of a tree and you walked away from them as they were dying, is that okay?
What do you someone fell out of a tree?
Them. Yeah, instead of eating them, they're dying of natural causes. Fell out of a tree.
Did you cause them in that state?
No, nature did. Natural causes.
Okay, so like again, we're talking about a scenario where an individual, right, decides not to feed their kid. Okay, they don't feed their kid dies of starvation. Did they murder them?
Wait, can you engage in my tree example though first, Parker?
Okay. So in the tree example, can you restate it?
Yeah, so somebody falls out of a tree, not caused by you. You weren't like in a tree house, like Drake and Josh style, and you like pushed them out, like they just fell out of a tree. They climbed up to the top, right? And they're dying. They're bleeding out. Or they have blunt force trauma and they're dying. So if you don't render them aid, is that okay?
Yeah. I don't see how this is analogous.
Like a brain dead patient. Pulling the plug on a brain dead patient.
Okay, right.
That's analogous to walking away from someone falling out of a tree.
No, because you're the one that pulled the plug.
Yeah, Yeah, but it's still at the base of the core concept.
So if you pulled the plug on someone that made them fall out of the tree, then yeah, it would be wrong.
No, but they were going to die anyways. That's the thing. They were going to die from natural causes, from whatever disease the brain dead patient had.
They were going to continue to survive if they were staying on the machine. That's like me saying that, like, okay, so my dad,
No, I understand that.
he had necrotizing myocarditis and he was in the hospital and the machines were keeping him alive. If the machines were not there, he would have died. Okay. If I pulled the plug on the machines, did I murder my dad?
No.
Holy fuck, that's insane. You're actually insane.
Wait, hold on. No. Maybe I misunderstood you. Perhaps.
Okay. My dad required these machines to keep him alive. Okay. Completely sentient. Everything's normal, right? When he's on the machines, well, not everything's normal. He was in a bad state. Okay. If I went and pulled the plug and it led to his death, right? Did I murder him?
I think it's on a case by case basis. I think with that one.
What? What do you mean it's on a case by case basis? I pulled the fucking plug that led to him dying.
Yeah, but that's not analogous to a brain dead patient. No, wait, Parker. Can we?
What, dude?
Can we go back to the main argument that I was trying to
come on,
propose?
please acknowledge this. Right, that is absolutely analogous in the sense in which they require these machines to keep them alive. If you pull the plug, they naturally die. But you think it's wrong because it still was the fact that it was murder, even though it was still like you didn't like stab them in the heart or something.
So you're saying pulling the plug on a brain dead patient is wrong?
No, because they're not sentient.
Okay, but what I was trying to say is
you have no obligation to sustain them as they're not sentient. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but what I was trying to say is, with your justification of sentience, you said if they have human qualities, like a brain dead patient, that it's permissible. Right?
If they have human qualities, then it's permissible.
Aesthetics, the whole aesthetics argument that you're talking about.
It would be impermissible to treat something with human qualities like in particular contexts or particular ways, right? I'm not saying that like because they have human qualities that means it's wrong to end an obligation. Right? You don't have to maintain an obligation to sustain their life or to sustain that circumstance.
So you're saying even if a fetus before 24 weeks had human qualities, that it's still fine to
abort it. Right? I'm saying before 18 weeks. I clarified that like 3 or 4 times, man.
Okay, well, I had the same argument with Dean, and he said he always said 24 weeks, but then he detracted on that.
Are me and Dean the same person?
No, I'm just saying I'm using Dean's
argument. Thank you very much.
I'm saying 24 is easier to say. That's what Dean said to me, so I'm going to start using that too. 24 weeks is easier to say.
Am I Dean?
Did I say you're Dean?
Why are you bringing up Dean then? Like, dude, it's just
because,
like, what?
No.
Dean said something, therefore we have to run with it. Well, yeah, Dean can be wrong.
No, Lord and Savior Dean is not wrong.
Dude, come on.
All right, hold on. All right, let's not get into bad faith here.
Bad faith?
Okay, so I guess I misunderstood your argument about aesthetics, I guess, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So, all right, so I want to circle back into consciousness then, right?
Okay.
So do you hold animals and humans to the same standard with consciousness?
No.
Elaborate?
I have a conjunction of human and subjective experience.
So you're saying animals don't have subjective experience?
No, they do.
If they're conscious?
Yeah, conscious would imply they have subjective experience.
Right. So where does consciousness come from?
It's going to be like processes of the brain, like development of the prefrontal cortex and thalamocortical connections. But I'm not holding to consciousness. I'm holding to sentience. There's a slight distinction.
Oh, okay. So do you hold that to animals too?
I think that we're animals, by the way. I think other types of animals are valuable. Just I would have a distinction in the value that I place upon other animals and human beings.
Okay, so but you'd say that there's animals that don't have a brain that are conscious, right?
Animals that don't have a brain that are conscious.
Yeah.
No.
There's not?
No.
What about lobsters?
Do they have consciousness? They might have
Yeah,
like.
they can.
I would have to check. Do they not have a brain?
From my understanding, no.
They have no brain and they have consciousness.
Yeah.
I'd have to read into this because consciousness relates to like self-awareness and sense perception. I don't think lobsters have self-awareness. Because I'm not disputing that they have sentience, but they're not self-aware. No.
Wait, why do they have sentience?
Well, because they have subjective experience.
How can you substantiate that though? Like an ant, for instance, do they have subjective experience?
Or wait, hold up. I must be tripping because I was not familiar with this. So I can send you from the London School of Economics report commissioned by the UK government found that there's strong enough evidence to include decapod crustaceans, right, and cephalopod. I don't know how to pronounce it. They're sentient.
So they are sentient.
Yeah, that would be determined based upon this. That's what they claim.
So does sentience and consciousness go hand in hand in your view?
No, they're not the same.
What's the separation in your view?
What's the separation between what?
Sentience and consciousness.
Sentience is just going to be like a subjective experience. Consciousness is going to be self-awareness and sense perception.
Okay. So you're saying lobsters have sentience but not consciousness?
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Okay. Gotcha. So where do you is consciousness the end all be all for you for where you draw the line?
Sentience, human sentience is what I think is valuable. And then there's going to be things derivative that I think are valuable. I think consciousness is valuable. I think that having different types of like goals, desires is going to be valuable, like preferences established. I think that rationality, intellectual capability, these things are going to be relevant.
Does a fetus at the 19th week have goals?
They would meet the criteria of having subjective experience. The broader characteristics that I mentioned, they wouldn't, but they would reach those states in the future, right? But they've already established a past. Potential. As long as there's an actual present or past experience, so subjective experience established. Does that make sense? Because like, there's no future for me to care about for an entity that's not sentient yet. Does that make sense? Like, that's just going to be future.
Wait, I'm going to care about one more time.
There's no future to go off of if you're not relating to a past or a present.
Okay.
Or an entity that is actual. Or will be actual.
How can you substantiate that a fetus at 18 weeks has subjective experience?
Well, that would just be what the academic research indicates, that it's likely to happen between 18 through 26 weeks. And that would be based on the different characteristics that like they would exhibit at that time, different parts of the brain working in tandem to produce these characteristics. Like we can look at different evolutionary patterns to be able to identify what characteristics are going to allow for entities to be able to exhibit like these characteristics we exhibit with sentience within the context of humans, because the context of humans might even be different than other types of animals. Like within the context of lobsters, there's going to be other types of organs and nervous system that necessarily make up these conditions to be able to produce some type of sentience. Whereas within the context of humans, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. So we'd have to judge them based upon the characteristics that they would have, necessarily speaking. That's important to say as well.
Okay, so I'm not trying to rehash what the last guest said. I believe this is slightly different. But if a baby is born, or let's say no, well, because then they would have, so you're saying after 18 weeks, they would have present subjective experience.
Yeah, or past. Like, so they would meet my criteria. My point is that like when we're talking about applying these legally speaking, we would have some sort of model that says if this is likely, we have assumed parameters after this. So unless we had evidence to believe that they don't meet these assumed parameters, well then we're not going to treat them a particular way. Like it's all of reality. We rely upon particular assumptions and whether or not they most likely apply to a particular circumstance. Does that make sense? Because we're trying to minimize harm and maximize good in most circumstances.
What do you mean minimize harm?
So we want to minimize.
Like gentlest means possible.
Typically speaking, I wouldn't say universally, but typically, yeah, we would want to do what produces the least amount of harm and the most amount of good.
So the most utility for the mother and the fetus, I'm assuming.
Yeah, but I'm not a utilitarian, so I don't hold to utility universally, but I do hold to aspects of utility as it relates to like comparing different actions or ways to act.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And in this specific example, utility, the greatest good for the least amount of pain, right? Harm inflicted.
Maximize good, minimize bad would be what I would apply in this scenario. Sure. That could be like a typical basis. And then the typical basis, we would say, what things are relevantly distinct in that scenario to say that we wouldn't apply it in certain scenarios. But typically speaking, we're going to apply it. I don't even know scenarios. There's maybe like 1 or 2 scenarios I could think of where we wouldn't apply that standard.
So you're saying that harm is only present, or harm is okay as long as there's no sentience, right? No.
I don't think there's a notion of harm without sentience. That is legitimate because it's not a conceptualization of harm. It would be harm in the sense that a microorganism is harmed by something or a plant is harmed by something. But that's not really what I'm thinking of when I think of harm. Because like when I'm thinking of harm, I'm thinking of like something experiencing something like painful or bad, right? That harmed me in my experience, right? Whereas it seems like when we're relating to harm in this scenario, that notion of harm could apply to it, like to almost anything.
Right. So under that notion, it'd be okay to kick somebody while they're down, while they're knocked out unconscious. Because they don't have current sentience. They don't have harm.
This is why I say past or present and future subjective experience.
So if a baby was born without subjective experience, would it be okay to kill them?
It would be okay to like terminate pregnancy. Yeah.
No, if they were born, but they didn't have subjective experience.
So there are certain ways in which we would treat them, right? But there would be no obligation to sustain them or give them resources to continue their life. But there would be necessarily no reason why you'd like stab them, right? Because again, we're treating them the same way that we would treat like brain dead individuals.
Why? But why are we treating them like
aesthetics, right? Human qualities, right? Things that we would associate with humans.
Oh, but we would associate human qualities. See, this is the argument I was trying to get into. We would associate human qualities and aesthetics with I never dispute that. The relevant distinction that I gave was that, again, you have a termination of pregnancy. I think termination of pregnancy is okay, right? I have no issue with that, right? But you can't treat it particular ways once it's outside of the womb or something like that. No, I'm saying I'm going off of the example where the fetus didn't have subjective experience. It was born without it, and it was again.
Yeah. Again, you can terminate pregnancy. You have an obligation to continue it, right? But you can't just like under my view, I would say you shouldn't just like stab it. You shouldn't just like do weird things to it. Like I'm saying that there are standards that we apply to brain dead individuals and that we also apply to dead individuals, corpses, right? Because they have human qualities in a particular aesthetic basis that we should treat them a particular way, right? But that doesn't mean that they have the same types of moral rights as we'd consider with like me and you. Does that make sense? So I'm saying there's particular ways you can treat it. Like you don't have an obligation to it. You can end a pregnancy, like terminate a pregnancy, right? But doing things outside of those contexts, right, wouldn't necessarily be permissible. Not on the basis of sentience, but on the basis of aesthetic.
Right, but in this example, they both have aesthetics and sentience. The baby that wasn't born without subjective experience that you're saying it's not okay to stab or mutilate in any way, versus a fetus before 18 weeks. They both have the same qualities. What's the symmetry breaker?
The termination of pregnancy.
What do you mean? What about it?
I just told you the relevant distinction.
So you're saying that the termination of pregnancy would be a lot more gentler than.
No, I'm saying that would be the thing that would be the relevant distinction as the reason as to why it would be okay to treat the fetus in that particular way would be that it literally would be to end the pregnancy. Whereas when it relates to them being outside the womb, there's no ending of a pregnancy to happen there. So you don't have an obligation to sustain them. But you can't just like go up to it and stab it or something. But
see that doesn't make any sense because what you're just saying this because it's a pregnancy. That's irrelevant in this specific example.
And no, it's not irrelevant. It's ending a pregnancy, right? because if you have to continue the pregnancy, that would be an obligation. Do you understand what I'm saying there?
Yeah, but the obligation is irrelevant. Like I said, it's specific.
What do you mean it's irrelevant? I literally just told you don't have an obligation to sustain this individual. So that was what was ultimately relevant. I don't know what you're talking about. That was my standard.
Yeah, but you could take that standard and apply it to anything. Like if I'm babysitting you, I have the obligation over you, right? Would it be okay to terminate you?
No, I'm sentient.
Yeah, but in my example, the baby
wasn't sentient.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your point then?
But you're saying it's not okay to stab or do anything to that.
Yeah,
fetus,
that's aesthetic.
They're not sentient.
That's aesthetic. That's not based upon sentience. That's not an obligation. That's not an obligation to sustain their life. That's a way that you should particularly treat that entity.
Okay, right. And so it goes to aesthetics. Now, under my example, they both have the same aesthetics. The fetus before 18 weeks and the baby that was born without subjective experience. They both have aesthetics.
Yeah, and I gave you a scenario. You're ending the pregnancy in one. You're terminating the pregnancy in one, because you would be ending the obligation. And I think that you have the ability to end the obligation as it relates to that, because there's no reason why you would have an obligation. It's not a person. To sustain the life. It's not a person prior to sentience, no.
Under your notion, it goes down to aesthetics. Past sentience, it goes to aesthetics. So how can you substantiate that they? Or no, you're saying that aesthetics deem human life at that point.
What? I don't know what you're saying.
It's past sentience, right? We both established
past or present and future subjective experience. That is my standard for sentience.
Right, I understand that. We established though that the baby in this example does not have past or present sentience.
And okay.
Compared to the fetus of 18 weeks. So then you said it goes down to aesthetics, right?
Yeah, if they're outside of the womb, right? Because
what does that change? What does that change? Because the obligation?
Yeah, the obligation. There's not an obligation to sustain there.
How is an obligation?
There's no obligation for you to end.
Right, but how does that, in this specific example, how does that come into factor? Obligation.
Because I'm saying that you don't have an obligation prior to this, as it's not a person, right?
Yeah, but that's just
sustaining a life.
Then. At that point, that's just preference.
When we're relating to what's right and wrong, that's all internal preference.
Or outward preference.
What?
No,
what is an outward preference? What the fuck is that?
The opposite of inward.
An internal preference is going to relate to my. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
No, I know. But again, I don't understand how the
an objective preference
merit here.
What's up?
I just don't understand how because it's an obligation, how that holds any merit within this example, this hypothetical.
Well, because again, I said that you have the ability to end the pregnancy or end the obligation of sustaining their life, right? But you wouldn't have the ability to like do other things that wouldn't relate to that notion, as you're not like ending an obligation. But again, right, if you treat like a non-sentient thing out of womb, right, like a particular way you stab it or something, that's not going to be treated like murder.
Wait, you said what's not going to be treated like murder?
Yeah, if there's a non-sentient fetus outside of the womb, stillborn, that's dead, right? It's never coming back, right? And you stab it, it's not going to be treated like murder, right? But it's going to be treated as something that we consider to be wrong, because it's not a person that you murdered.
Right. Yeah.
But we're saying that you shouldn't engage in this action as like some sort of aesthetic notion. The same way we would say that in the context of a brain dead individual or a dead individual. If you go up to a dead body and you stab it, that's not going to be considered as murder. The people who are questioning the comment section, I'm sorry, are you not tracking the conversation?
But you're saying
if you go up to a dead body and stab it, that's not murder. No one thinks that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying you're on the basis of aesthetic. In this example, you're saying just because it's outside of the womb, solely because it's outside the womb, that's what gives it aesthetic.
So, no. The aesthetics exists, right? But I'm saying that you can particularly like engage in termination of a pregnancy, right? Even given given the aesthetics.
Right, but what if it's the same method? You said stabbing, right? You deem that wrong if they're outside the womb in this non-sentient being example.
That's not how you get an abortion.
No, I'm saying if yeah, I know they vacuum it up. I'm saying if you were to stab it, would that be okay?
What if I were to stab what?
To abort the fetus before 18 weeks, if you were to stab the fetus to abort it, would that be okay?
That's not possible. You're not giving me a physically possible
it's a hypothetical
scenario.
Okay, but Dean used super. All right, not to appeal to Dean here, but like hypotheticals, you can use non-existent.
Yeah. Can you give me a logically, like, how logically could you do that?
To stab the fetus?
Yeah, while it's still in the womb.
Like you just take a shank up there?
Yeah, so you'd take a knife up the person's vagina?
Sure. Yeah, and the hypothetical, yes.
That's not okay. So that would cut
or a C-section.
Okay, so through a C-section.
Yeah.
You stab that. In order to do that, all you'd have to do is you'd have to cut the umbilical cord. If it's a C-section, that would just be induction of labor.
Okay, then just any.
You can have a gentlest. I'm not referencing a principle, but a gentlest means sort of notion, right? Like that you treat them in a gentle sort of manner, right? If it is the case that you can end the pregnancy by doing something that requires less sort of something like stabbing it, and instead you can just like cut the umbilical cord, right? It would be preferable to cut the umbilical cord.
Right. The only reason that I'm saying stabbing is because you said that it would be wrong to stab the non-sentient baby that was born, right?
Yeah, not in a sense of it being murder, right? But in a sense of it like an aesthetic notion.
Yeah, but that you take that to abortion. How is that different?
I just told you there's a gentlest means sort of notion.
Okay, so if you killed the non-sentient being in the gentlest means possible, that's outside of the womb.
That would gentlest means notion would be in the context of an obligation, of ending an obligation. And again,
why would you consider an obligation?
Kai, gentlest means is not a principle. Gentlest means would just be in terms of treating it. Typically speaking, we would apply these types of things. There's no issue with that.
Yeah, but the baby is still an obligation to the parents once it's born. This baby, is it not?
Kai, I'm not running a principle. Sorry, say that one more time.
I said the baby would still be an obligation to its parents, right? Once it's born.
The baby would still be an obligation to its parents. If we're talking about sustaining the life, if it's sentient.
No, but in this example, it's not sentient, right?
Yeah, so there is no obligation to sustain it in terms of food or stuff like that.
Okay, and so the fetus is non-sentient too. So
I don't know what your point is.
Before 18 weeks, it's non-sentient. It's okay to abort it, so what? There's no obligation to it. If you're going to abort it, where's the obligation?
If you're going to abort, what's the obligation? Yeah, you don't have an obligation to sustain the life, right? But there's no like pregnancy to end or transfer of resources to end. That would require the usage of like some sort of force like that. That's what I'm saying. So again, right, that would just relate back to the ecstatic notion, right? Because the ecstatic notion would entail that you can treat it within the context of like ending in what's it called? Ending an obligation, or like you having to sustain their resources, like a resource flow to them.
Right, but like I said, not to sound like a broken record, but I just don't understand how the notion that it's an obligation changes anything within this specific hypothetical. I just don't understand.
I have clarified like 7 times. I don't know what you're not understanding.
No, all you're saying is that because it's an obligation, then it doesn't hold up.
I gave a reason, right? Because the obligation is how you would apply some sort of notion of like a gentlest means, right? Of whether or not you think that you should say like I'm ending this obligation. I said that given the aesthetics, you can end obligations, but you can't treat in other sorts of ways. Does that make sense? Like I'm just like I don't know what you're confused about here.
I guess it does make sense, but I feel like it's kind of a cop out there to just
What?
take it back to obligation and then take it back to aesthetics after that, right?
How is it a cop
not right,
out?
because I know you wouldn't
Like,
agree with
I honestly, like, whenever you don't have an argument against me, I don't know why people just resort to saying that's a cop out. That's not giving me any argument or a reason against my position.
because under that notion, you can just say it's okay to do this, but not to do this because one is an obligation, the other one's not an obligation.
That was the relevant distinction between the two certain scenarios.
Right. You could say
You
that.
asked for the relevant distinction. I gave you the relevant distinction, and you're just like, I don't like that.
No, you could say that one is exposed to the sunlight and the other one's not. That's the relevant distinction. You could say anything's the relevant distinction.
Yeah, but I classified why it was a relevant distinction because a way in which you treat like an aesthetics, like I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Treat an individual would be on the basis of whether or not there is an obligation.
I don't understand how that relates to aesthetics though.
Okay, so given aesthetics, you can treat people within the context of ending an obligation or continuing that obligation. Right? So a particular type of behavior, like cutting off an umbilical cord or cutting off resources, right, would be justified in either sense. So if they're outside of the womb and you have like some sort of connection to them where you're giving them resources, you can cut off that connection. Does that make sense? By the usage of in typical senses, right, what would be considered the gentlest means?
I tried to dispute the gentlest means argument by saying like if you killed the fetus outside the womb within the gentlest means, but that goes back to obligation, right?
No, yeah, if you use the gentlest means, right, as it relates to ending an obligation, I've clarified this now 5 or 6 times. Gentlest means is talking about how the termination of an obligation. So if you were just like using the gentlest means to like shut off the if someone is a brain dead individual on a machine, if you shut off the machine, that's the gentlest means.
Yeah, but abortion is nothing like shutting off. I mean, I understand within the brain dead example, that's the gentlest means within that, but I don't know how you could say that abortion is gentle by nature at all, or gentle in general at all.
What does the gentlest mean? Gentlest means that it's gentle than any other circumstance.
Right, but I don't understand how that justifies taking the life.
I have no issue. It's not a life I care about. Like, do you care about IUDs?
Well, you're not a life I care about. Does that mean I could kill you?
Well, there are qualities that you care about within me. You wouldn't be able to give me a relevant distinction between me and between you. That means that you are valuable. I'm not. I can give a relevant distinction between me and between a fucking Cheeto. Okay? Right? Can you tell me why the Cheeto is valuable, please?
Can you tell me how it's not valuable?
It doesn't have sentience.
Right, but you've established that in my example, a baby. See, this is just gonna go back to obligation, right?
Do you think someone is a murderer for having an IUD?
No.
That ends a human life, right? As it relates to the prevention of implantation. Okay.
Well, it depends what kind of IUD.
Yeah, so an IUD that prevents implantation, is that murder?
How would you define implantation in this sense?
Implantation is the beginning of pregnancy.
So before conception, obviously, right?
No, it's after conception. What the fuck? Do you not know what implantation is?
No, I mean in this sense. I'm just trying to clarify.
In any sense. I don't know what sense you'd refer to that it's before conception. Implantation is not possible to be before conception. In any sense.
Right, I'm just trying to clarify your position here.
Okay.
Well, in that case, I don't know why you're throwing around the term murder. I just said
because it's unjustified killing of a person that's human, right? And you think that a human life at conception is a person, right? So you think that you have an obligation to sustain that. So if someone has an IUD and ends a human life at conception, like you think that that's wrong. You think that's murder. So you think people who have IUDs are murderers.
But wait, what about the multiple published NIH studies that say 96% of biologists agree that life begins at conception?
I don't dispute that.
But that's a life form. So wouldn't it be
Okay.
in your definition taking?
I don't care about just life forms. I care about sentient life forms. When did I say life? I didn't say cellular life. You said cellular life. An
I didn't say
IUD.
cellular life.
Yes, you did. You were talking about human life. What are you talking about? Human life at conception.
But
That's cellular
you're
life.
saying, so just on the basis, if they have past sentience, then it's
Past
wrong.
or present and future subjective experience.
So what if somebody slips into a coma? So they're not sentient, obviously, right? In the current moment.
Past and future.
But it's not for certain that they will come out of the coma. But it's not for certain that they won't.
It doesn't need to be certain. Past or future. Past and future, my bad, not or.
Right, but would it be okay to harm them?
They have rights. They're in a coma.
So it's not about so it's if the certainty of future sentience is not.
He's not listening. Past
not?
or
What do you
present
mean?
and future subjective experience. They meet my
so
conditions.
All of them.
What?
So the past, present, and future sentience have to be for certain.
Past or no, I'm not. I never brought up certainty. Past or present and future subjective experience.
Right, but in my example, the future sentience is not. It's not for certain.
I never brought up certainty. My standards
so then why
most
do you
likely.
say future? Okay, so we'll say most likely. Most likely they will slip out of their. Or they won't slip out of their coma. Most likely.
Yeah,
but there's still a
yeah.
chance.
So if they're brain dead, right? Then yeah, I have no issue with you pulling the plug.
Why would you deem that brain dead though?
Yeah, that would be what medical professionals deem brain dead, my guy.
I'm just talking in your perspective, in your eyes.
That's not just what I define as brain dead. That's what medical professionals define as brain dead.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying would it be okay if it's most likely they won't, but there's a chance that they will regain sentience and slip. And
What's the chance?
okay, so if we're talking most likely, then anything over 50%.
So most likely would be within a threshold, right? Like if something could be the most likely thing to occur, and it could be like 1% likely. So there'd be like a threshold that we apply here, right? So the current threshold that we apply as it relates, the current threshold that we apply as it relates to brain individuals would be what I do.
Right, but I'm saying anything between 50 and 99 is most likely, is it not?
Again, no, not necessarily, because most likely just means more than all else, not necessarily more than 50%.
Okay, so
that
then
would be majority.
What percentage would you deem to it in this scenario?
I don't have a specific like percentage, right? But typically we run like 95% confidence intervals.
Okay, then we'll do 95 in this scenario. Most likely.
Yeah. So if there are studies, I would be okay with the studies.
What? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you a question. Would it be okay?
Would it,
right?
if they are considered brain dead?
Sense?
If they are considered brain dead, yes, you can pull the plug.
No, we're not. I'm not attributing any diagnosis to them. I'm saying they're in a coma. 95%
that would be that they're diagnosed
as brain dead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll take away the term coma then. Let's say this person loses their ability to deploy consciousness and have sentience, right?
And it's never coming back.
No, 95% chance that they won't. 5% chance that they will. Most likely.
Yeah, so that would be like given any particular study. That's currently what we would do in the context of what's it called? In the context of like brain death diagnoses.
No, but I'm asking you. You keep relaying it back to being brain dead. I'm not associating any terms with it, any diagnosis. I'm saying that this person's not even in the hospital.
I honestly, I really don't. I've responded to you. I don't know what you want.
No,
from me.
I'm asking you. Would it be okay to harm them?
Are you like listening to me at all?
Yes, and you keep going back to studies. I'm asking you.
Studies use 95% confidence intervals, right? If they
Yeah, and that's what we're using for this example, 95%.
Yeah, if we have some determination that they meet brain death under this particular criteria, yes, you can pull the plug. You're muted, man.
Wait, is there an echo still?
No, I don't hear an echo.
Oh, it keeps repeating what I'm. I had a timer that went off, and it keeps repeating what.
So scroll out of the app, scroll back in.
All right, see, I tried that last. All right, does it work? All right, yeah, I think it does. All right, anyway, sorry. What did you say?
I honestly don't remember.
It was about 95% confidence interval, right?
I don't quite remember.
Are you conceding, Parker?
I said I don't remember what I
No,
said.
I'm just playing fam. All right, yeah, 95% confidence interval. This person loses sentience. They're 95% likely to not ever have that ability to have sentience. 5% likely to.
Dude, why do you keep asking the same question over and over again, dude?
Because you won't give me a clear.
I gave you a clear fucking response.
You just said, the studies would say that's brain dead. Effectively, that's what you're saying.
Okay. If you don't give me like any movement in the conversation, I'm gonna go on to the next person.
What do you?
I've answered your question 4 or 5 times now. Okay.
But you never answered mine when I asked you.
I answered your question 4 or 5 times. Yes, I did.
So, all right. So, yes or no? You think it's okay?
Holy fuck! Yes, it is okay for a brain dead individual for you to pull the plug on a brain dead individual.
That wasn't the question I was asking. That wasn't the question I was asking.
Holy shit, dude! I literally that is literally diagnoses of brain death. I gave you a yes or no answer and you still didn't fucking take it. It's actually unbelievable.
Brain dead's for certain, though. Brain dead's for certain that they don't.
I never said certainty in terms of brain death. If there's a diagnosis as it relates to brain death,
that's effectively what you said.
That's not certain. Certainty is not the standard for diagnoses.
Okay, but then we relate that back to your view. It's past, present, and future sentience, right?
Past or present and future subjective experience, yeah.
So does the brain dead patient have future sentience?
They do not have future subjective experience.
But if it's to a 5% chance that they do, is there a possibility for future sentience in that case?
It is most likely they do not meet the standard.
Oh, okay. So you're saying because it's most likely that they don't.
It's logically possible that your brain, when you're brain dead, it could just magically come back, right? It's logically possible. Okay.
Yeah.
That does not mean it's probable. Okay.
Yeah, but I just feel like that's kind of harmful if you take that principle, just going on probability, and apply it to other situations.
What? So most likely to be the case? So you're saying that you can't act upon things unless you have certainty.
So if somebody's 95% likely,
I like how you just didn't answer my question. Please answer my fucking question.
Wait, wait. All right, repeat it. My fault, gang.
So you need certainty in order to claim that things are true.
Do I need certainty? You're saying?
Yes. Is that your view?
No, that's what you're saying.
No, that I never said certainty. Not once did I said certainty. I actually clarified 10, 15 times that I'm not.
Okay, well, to answer your question, no. To answer your question, no.
So what do you require?
To know that something's true?
Mm-hmm.
Evidence? Empirical evidence?
Yeah, which is probability. So what's most likely to be the case?
Probability?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
evidence indicates probability.
Okay, but can you engage in my hypothetical RQ real quick? So if somebody has a 95% chance of falling off a cliff before you get there, and a 5% chance of making it up with your help, like you help them, if you make it in time, there's a 5% chance that you'll make it in time. Will you engage in trying to help this person back up?
Will I engage in trying to help them?
Yeah.
I don't even see if I do whether or not that means that like I believe things. My belief would be that I don't have the ability to stop them or help them in this scenario, but I might try because it's possible.
Oh, but
if it's not going to hurt me.
But they're probably going to fall off.
Okay.
If it's not going to hurt you, that's a justification.
So wait, how does this debunk the notion here?
Yeah, so you take it back to my other hypothetical, right, where it's, would you harm this person?
Would I harm this person?
Harm the non-sentient person?
You mean pull the plug?
Sure. Yeah, we'll say that.
Yeah, if they are brain dead, I would pull the plug.
Right, but it's...
What is your standard for truth? Can you answer the question, please?
You're saying that most likely probability.
I'm not. Yeah, I didn't ask about what I said. I asked what you fucking hold to when it relates to your belief. Like, you're really good at asking questions and not answering them.
What is my standard of truth?
Yeah, what standard do you use to determine truth?
Right, so you want me to say empirical evidence, and then that goes back to probability.
Probability.
Right,
so you're most likely to be true?
Right, but we're not talking
about... So
about
you
truth
use the
here.
same fucking standard that you're critiquing right now? You're using the same standard.
No, we already passed that hill.
No, do you use the same standard?
It's not a truth. It's not a truth in this instance.
Do you use the same standard?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So then what the fuck are you're critiquing yourself?
No, because this is not in my hypotheticals, there's no truth. You can't apply truth to that.
What? What do you mean there's no truth in a hypothetical? That makes no fucking sense. You have to have true claims within a hypothetical for you to be able to relate to a hypothetical.
I gave you the probability of someone falling off a cliff. The truth, no, I'm saying the truth wasn't within when I asked you, would you save them? There's no truth. It's whether it's your choice. It's whether what you will do in that situation.
I don't even know how this is relevant, right? Because again, the same standard applies to yourself as it relates to how you determine truth.
Right. There's truth. I'm saying there's truth in the probability in that hypothetical, but there's no truth in your preference to save the person or not.
I'm really confused what you're saying.
Because you're trying to say that the truth must be by the probability, because something's...
You determine the truth based upon the evidence that indicates what's most likely to be true within a threshold of likeliness.
Right. Yeah. For the probability itself, for saying, yes, it's a truth that he will most likely fall off the cliff.
Okay.
All right. And so, but that's separate from asking you what you would do in the situation.
What you would do is based on what you consider to be true.
Oh, so that changes if you would try and save the person, you're saying?
Yeah, the evidence changes how I would try to save someone, yeah.
No, I'm not asking you how you would try to save them. I'm asking you, would you try to save them?
Would I try to save them? Sure, yeah, I would.
Right, we've already established that.
But I don't think that I would be able to.
Yeah, but what's the point if you hold to the truth of probability?
So how about this? How about this? You have a 95% chance of losing a coin flip. All right, you're going to believe that you're going to lose, but you might still try to play the luck. Like, for example, when I'm gambling in Las Vegas, I know I'm most likely to lose. I think it's true that I'm going to lose, but I still want to gamble it.
Okay. I hear you.
Okay. I don't know.
And that was the whole premise of my whole, before we even got into the standard of truth and probability, was that it had nothing to do with that. Separate from probability, it had nothing to do with that. It just came down to preference, what you would do.
Yeah, okay. What's your point?
Again, because it all goes back to my sentience example. If somebody is, but see, then you're just gonna say that they're diagnosed brain dead. So if somebody loses the ability to have sentience, and there's a 95% chance, we'll say most likely, that they won't regain that ability, but there's a 5% chance that they will. Is it okay to hurt them?
We're talking about, like, you can end an like a pregnancy or an obligation. You don't have to sustain their resources because they're diagnosably brain dead. Like, I don't know how many times I have to answer the same. I'm being way too nice to you, man. We're going on the same thing over and over again.
I know we are.
You're wasting my time. Unironically.
Wow.
No, you come on.
I just can't get through to you, Parker.
I just went through the same thing 15 times with you for the last 20 minutes. Right? You have absolutely been wasting my time.
No, but you made a contradiction.
What contradiction?
Within
Name
the,
it.
within
What's
the
the A
standard
not
of
A?
truth. Because you want to get, because then you bring up, you just brought it back to the obligation of pregnancy. I'm not even talking about that right now. I'm giving a
That's not a
hypothetical.
contradiction. Name the A and not A. If you can't name the A and not A, I'm going to ask you about what a soccer ball does.
What do you mean? What is a soccer ball?
What do you do with a soccer ball?
I mean, you can do anything with a soccer ball.
What do you typically? There you go. That's exactly what it is. Appreciate it, man. We're gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, man. We're just looking for some debates, chat. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. He said it himself. He didn't want to wait. He didn't want to wait, chat. He said it, not me. He said it. I have to do it. If someone says that, they have to do it. Okay, that is PS5, PS4, and PS3 party rule chats and Xbox Live party rule chats. Okay, if they say that after you ask them the question about the soccer ball, you have to kick them. Okay, it's a fact of reality. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 21.
For sure. Do you think that abortion's wrong in the first trimester?
Yes.
Why so?
Why so? I mean, I was gonna ask you the same thing. Why do you think abortion is right?
I don't give a fuck about a Cheeto.
How is a baby a Cheeto?
Do you see it?
Do it have cheese?
Yeah.
How?
What's cheese?
What's cheese? Or to get a thing that comes from a cow.
The thing that comes from goat cheese doesn't exist?
Yeah, it does. Okay. Typically, there's different kinds of cheese.
Okay. So Cheeto?
Yeah, I mean, what do you turn into a first trimester? Like, what is the end week for you in the first trimester?
When does the first trimester end?
Yeah.
It's like 12 weeks.
12 weeks? Why do you say 18?
Because that's when I think that sentience is likely to occur.
Why is your whole object? Because what I want to get into is that you're talking about sentience. What sentience means to perceive or to perceive things or
subjective
to feel
experience is what it means.
Subjective experiences. So you mean like in different ways people endure things? Does that mean
conceptualization of experience? Yeah.
I mean, I believe a baby has the developability of being into a whole individual human being, or they can go into ways where they are not fully individualized, which they have to depend on someone out of the womb too.
Okay, so wait, so you think it's wrong to get an abortion then?
Yes.
Okay, so why do you care about the Cheeto?
Why do I care about the Cheeto?
Mm-hmm.
I never cared about Cheeto. I was asking you, why is a baby a Cheeto?
Why is the baby what?
Why is a baby a Cheeto? That's what I asked you.
Because it looks like one. It's a Cheeto and a chip combination.
So what's your...
There's a chip, there's a Cheeto.
Are you joking right now?
What do you mean?
Are you joking?
We're joking with what?
With the Cheeto thing. I think it's hilarious. It's a joke.
Well, yeah, it looks like a Cheeto.
Yeah, but if I look like a bear or a monkey, am I a bear or a monkey?
So like they came out with a new like Cheetos and Lay's combination. This is actually going to be this isn't an embryo. This is actually the look of what it's going to be like. The Cheetos and Lay's new chip.
You didn't answer my question.
No, I'm not joking. This is dude. This is not even an embryo. This is the new Cheetos and chip, like Lay's collaboration. Limited edition.
So why don't you think a baby should be given rights, or a baby should be?
Did you hear me? Did you hear me, dude? It's the new edition. Didn't you see it?
I mean, I really don't care. I want to get back to the basis of what we were talking about.
Placenta edition. All right. Okay. Sorry. Go for it.
So, in your projective, which I want to get the whole sense of your argument, but I'm not getting it because you're not actually standing on.
Okay. Sorry. What are you not getting?
Why do you think that a baby should not be that abortion is not wrong?
Because they're not sentient in the first trimester.
Why does sentient? Because right. Okay. So if they're not sentient, right, should I kill a paralyzed person?
Paralyzed people are sentient.
No, they're not. Sentient.
Yes, they are.
How?
They have subjective experience.
And sentient, the definition of sentient is to feel things or to perceive.
Yeah, so it's subjective experience. Paralyzed individuals meet the criteria of having subjective experience. Whether you want to believe it or not, paralyzed individuals still feel things.
What do you mean into the subjective experience?
Yeah, I'm just gonna, as an example, I'm just gonna relate to your observer. Mm-hmm. You know how you're observing things and conceptualizing what you experience right now?
No, because you still haven't given me the meaning of.
You don't know what I'm relating to with that example.
No.
Your observer.
Yeah, I am an observer.
Okay, the way that you're experiencing things right now, do you know what I'm relating to?
What do you mean? What are you relating to?
How you're having an experience right now, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay? That experience is what I care about.
Okay.
Okay.
So, hold on. Is a baby having this experience in the room, and how they're not?
When 18 through 26 weeks is when it starts conceptualizing of experience.
So, what your meaning in experience is that they're self-conscious.
Consciousness is sense perception and self-awareness, so not necessarily consciousness, but associated with your idea of consciousness, yeah.
So, just because they're not fully conscious what they will be in their development process, you should be able to unalive it?
If it's not sentient, I don't care if you get an abortion.
Which it may be sentient, right? Which it may be sentient, right?
In the future, it might be sentient, yeah, sure.
Right.
In a future, if I'm engaging in intercourse with my girlfriend, there could be a future sentient child from that intercourse too. I'm still going to pull out.
Yeah, but you're stopping the process of the fertilization.
Same thing when I'm pulling out.
No, it's not. Because the process has not already begun into developing. So that's not the same thing.
I'll say that again.
Right. When the baby is there, it's already developing. When you're pulling out, it's no development to a pregnancy.
Yeah, but we're talking about, future subjective experience or potential subjective experience.
I don't get what you're saying with that.
You brought up potential subjective experience. When I'm engaging in intercourse with my girlfriend, there's a potential subjective experience there. If I pull out, right, I am getting rid of that potential subjective experience or reducing the likelihood of that potential subjective experience.
So when you pull
chat,
out,
I'm using pull out as an example, right? Let's be totally real here. We'll use other methods.
It's not very good because the fallacy in your argument is that development is not taking place.
Wait, what? So you say that you have to have development and future subjective experience.
Yeah, your thing is future subjective experience. That's not mine. As long as the baby is developing into being a full individual person, then it is a lot.
Okay, people in the chat are going crazy, bro. People are saying pull out Parker. Can someone please stop? Someone please stop the chat. Yo, every single one of y'all need to be sent to prison right now. Every single one of y'all.
And then you said murder, right?
Sorry, say that again.
You said murder. You said if you told this guy earlier, well, no, this girl, you said, well, if I kill an animal, am I a murderer? You're not a murderer. You know why?
Why?
Because an animal is not a human being.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. Like, okay. And?
So that's not murder. Which a baby is.
What's a human being?
A human being? A human being is. Hold on, I have the definition. Because I can't remember on top of my head. I've been writing a lot.
Chat is wild. Oh my god, bro. Chat, y'all are actually wild. Y'all are so wild. You know how many times I've used that analogy on live chat? This is the first time this shit has happened. Unbelievable. People are saying POP. Please, chat, please.
Hold on.
No, y'all are actually, every single one of y'all, prison please, immediately. PPI, prison please immediately. Holy shit. Pop merch. We're gonna get some pop shirts, okay, everyone? only some of y'all are gonna know what we mean. That's gonna be our new inside joke, chat. Pop Parker. Actually, no, I can just say pop. We don't gotta say pop at Parker at the end. Pop.
I do not have the definition with me right now. I'm only on a phone. I don't have no computer or anything.
Yeah, for sure, man. $69 for the pop shirt, everyone. How do y'all feel about that one? $69? Yeah. I'll pay right now. So real. If you want your pop merch, everyone, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. I'm just trolling, by the way, everyone. I don't have merch yet. Matt just changed my contact name in his phone to Pop. Please, please. Okay, Matt, that's a bit far. That's a bit far.
So you think an animal is a human being?
What's up?
Do you think an animal is a human being?
Do I think an animal is a human being? Well, we are animals, so some animals are human beings.
Are all animals human beings?
No. Kylie, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kenzie, oh yeah, I've had Kenzie on many times. I've known Kenzie for a really long time. I've had her on for debates many times. Yo, Sophia, thank you so much for the $69. Can we get a W, Sophia, in the chat, everyone? W, Sophia, for the $69. Thank you so much, Sophia. Oh my gosh.
So what animal do you declare as a human being?
Human beings.
What animal, though?
That's the type of animal.
What animal is it?
A human being.
What's the name of the animal?
A human being.
A human being, so that's the animal?
Yes. Yeah, literally, yes. Yeah, Anastasia Grace with the $69. Thank you so much. Can we get a W for Anastasia in the chat, everyone? Can we get a W for Anastasia for the $69? Thank you so much. Y'all are actually wild for that. Y'all are so wild for that.
I'm actually.
They send me pop. Thank you so much, Holly. I appreciate the $5. Pop.
I'm asking you to be precise, but you're not.
How am I not being precise?
Because a human being, right, is from a homo species. And what is a homo species? What kind of animals are those?
So are you just asking me to say Homo sapien?
Yeah, Homo sapiens.
You okay? Come on, man.
And what animals are in the Homo sapien?
Someone said 69 a pop. Yeah, please. Not the irony too, or the word verbiage. Sorry, say it again.
I said, and what animals are in the Homo sapien family?
Homo sapien is the type of animal.
You got? Did you? It's in the animal.
There's no way you're laughing at me when you're asking these questions, bro.
I am laughing because it's wrong. I mean, we learned.
I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Save the soul, chat. Someone save the soul. Someone save the soul right now. Someone save the soul right fucking now.
I think you're the one who needs to save it.
Please, please. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yo, Tiger with the $6.90. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, chat. I think we need an arms in our nation. Okay, I think that's what we need next.
All humans, right, are, all humans are not insatiant. So the humans that are not sapient, or whatever you said.
Thank you, Q. I appreciate the 420. Thank you so much.
Should they all be killed then?
Say that one more
Should
time.
they have the same rights?
Wait, what? Say that again?
So, if you're saying, well, a baby should be unalived because you do not believe it can experience things yet, what is oblivious to say? Then
I'm not saying something should be unalived because it's not experiencing things. What I'm saying is it's permissible to end the pregnancy. And oh my gosh, yo, Rebecca, thank you for the $6.90. Please pop this convo. I'm going to be the brain dead. Oh my gosh. Morgan, thank you so much for the 69 cents. And then Dan, thank you for the 420. How much I love hot dogs. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Sorry, go for it.
Anyways, what do you mean by that?
By what again?
Well, you said, oh my god, I couldn't even say it because you were like yapping about something in the comments.
Pop Nation. Sorry, my bad.
So we were talking about ascentians, right? And how humans are not all ascentian, right? I'm saying it kind of wrong because I have an accent.
Sentience? Humans are sentient?
Not all humans are sentient.
Sure. If what you mean by humans is something of the human species. John, thank you for the $1.69.
Yeah. So should we kill humans? I mean unalive humans because they're not sentient.
Amy, thank you for the 69 cents. Is it permissible to unalive non-sentient humans?
Permissible.
Yes.
So you should do it.
That's not saying you should do it. It's saying it's permissible.
So
hot dog, thank you for the $4.20. I appreciate it.
So you may do it.
I'm just saying it's permissible for you to do it.
I have a question for you.
What's your question?
So, if I was in the kitchen, right, I'm going to use this analogy, and I'm making a cake, but it's going to turn out to be a cake, right?
Monica, thank you for the $6.90. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Thank you for the $2. Rain, thank you so much.
I ended up taking the cake out before it's fully developed, right? And I throw it on the ground, but I say, well, because I threw the cake on the ground and it's not a cake because I destroyed it.
You watched the Bill Burr clip?
I mean, no, I didn't. I just wanted to use.
You got this from Bill Burr. Be so real. Be so real. You got this from Bill Burr. Come on.
But answer the question.
It's still a cake. It's not a baked cake though. Thank you, Alicia. I appreciate it. Ben as well. I appreciate it. And Madeline, thank you so much. My head does hurt. Yes.
Why isn't it a baked cake?
Because that's not gone through the oven yet. Christian, thank you so much for the $6.69. W pop.
You get it. It went through the oven, but I threw it out of the oven. So what did I do to the cake?
You destroyed the cake. Thank you so much for the $1.69. I appreciate it, Caitlin. Thank you.
Oh my God. Did you really just submit to your own argument?
You think that's a concession?
Yes, it is.
How is that a concession?
Because if the cake is destroyed, right, like a abortion, which is the end to a pregnancy, which is killing the baby.
Yeah, so how did I concede?
How did it? Because you know how to concede.
Where was the concession? Mike, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Are you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm reading the comments.
Are cakes sentient?
Okay, sentient, no.
Okay.
So I don't get what the sentient part. So everything around your logic is sentience.
Everything around my logic is sentient?
Yeah,
what?
because the only thing that matters to life for you is sentience.
So sentience, yeah, that's going to be one thing that I that's the basis of the qualities that I value. Hannah, thank you for the $1.69. I appreciate it.
You know you can use individuality. You know you can use other forms of that because that already been debunked. So you have to use sentience where you can move around.
So, what do you mean sentience? Sentience is just like what I value. I don't know what you're talking about.
Why do you value?
Because it's going to be the best reductios.
How?
Best counterexamples. Like I'm just not going to have to deal with as many issues under my model. Like it's going to represent my values the most. That's going to be like those types of things. But typically, yeah, I would say that. Wait, sorry. Restate what you said again. I apologize.
You forgot.
Yeah, I did. I did forget. Because I read a Venmo someone sent.
I'm tired of explaining, but anyways, what I was saying.
You're tired of explaining? Okay, bye.
All right. See you later when you talk about Trump, so I could debunk you.
Well, you don't want to explain, so why would you want to explain then?
Right. As you said with babies, right? Your only standpoint of your argument, because you know you can't argue anything else.
Yeah, I have no basis for any argument. I'm just a dumbass. I agree.
Yeah, you agree.
So real.
I think this is the first time we agree.
I agree, dude. Honestly. Yeah, so real. Can we get a so real in the comment section, everyone? I want a so real in the comment section. Most sane Trump supporter, so real. Like, of course you would be a Trump supporter. That would make sense.
Because I don't like killing babies.
No, because you want to force women to sustain pregnancies in which there are non-sentient fetuses.
Am I forcing a woman to keep a child that may be a human being, or I'm not allowing her to kill the baby?
You're forcing a woman to sustain a pregnancy for a non-sentient fetus that has never had an experience and never would have an experience if it was aborted.
You're saying experience this, but let's go to this, right? Right.
Do you think someone who's been sexually assaulted should have access to abortion?
Before you go on, when a human being is murdered, right, which a baby is murdered, right? A baby is a human being, right? So then, like another human, which the act of the woman taking her baby unalive, guess what? That's murder. I don't think you want to understand that.
Say the last part, sorry.
I said, the human being definition, right, is a human being killing another human being, right? So, if the baby is a human being, which it is, there's a lot of results you could look at.
No, I don't consider the embryo a human being. Human being would just relate to like what we consider a person, which is going to relate back to my definition, as it relates to like the past or present and future subjective experience.
What is a human being?
Yeah, it's going to be a human in which has past or present and future subjective experience.
No, give me the Oxford definition, not something you just made up.
I don't know what the Oxford definition is.
You don't. You can argue something, you know the definition.
I said I don't know what the Oxford definition is.
But what is the definition of a human being?
Of human being, right? It's going to be an individual in which is a human that has past or present and future subjective experience.
Um, hold on. Let's just.
You got anything of substance for me, man? Hello? 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 Are you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm back.
Are you there, man?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so like, what's your argument, man?
My argument.
Any relevant points you got here, man?
I mean, not giving me anything to work with. It's kind of pointless.
I'm not giving you anything to work with. You're not giving me anything to work with.
So, do you believe brain dead people should be killed?
Should be killed. I think that you should be able to pull the plug on an individual in your family who's just brain dead.
Yes or no? Do you believe?
No, I don't think that they should be killed, but I think that you should have the ability to kill them. There's no issue with that.
Do you believe a fetus should be killed?
Depends on their stage. And no, I don't think that they should be killed. I think that you should have the ability to do so.
So you should have the ability to kill a brain dead person.
Mm-hmm. And they're not a person, they're an individual.
You're just mixing up words to say, well, I'm saying it in a different way, but it means the same thing. So I should kill them.
What?
That's basically what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
What you're saying, you said the ability. So the ability meaning, if you have the ability to do something, then you accede that it should be allowed.
So wait, if I think that we have the ability, what's that? You cut me off. What'd you say?
So allowing it, right? Well, you said proceed, right? To proceed to kill it, right? Oh my god, I'm so.
Yeah, you're confusing me, man. You're not like being clear with your verbiage here. Are you good, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. I keep on like when you talk over me, my brain goes blank.
I wasn't talking over you.
Anyways, when you say
okay,
you should be allowed to kill a baby.
You should be allowed to like get an abortion whenever the entity is not sentient.
But it doesn't matter if it's sentient or not. Are you still killing it?
It does matter whether or not it's sentient.
No,
are you still killing it? Sure.
Right.
Okay. What's your point?
So, in your analogy, it will be okay for you to kill a brain dead person because they will never
pull the plug on an individual which is brain dead.
Right, because they will never be what they once were. Their brain doesn't work, and they cannot cooperate in any form. Right? So, a baby that's what's developing to be a human that's might be perfect and has nothing disrupting it, it's not going to feel the same thing.
Dude, what are you saying, bro?
I mean, I don't think you're getting it.
Yeah, I clearly did. That's why I asked you what are you saying? I'm
saying you cannot put a brain dead person and a fetus in the same conversation to fit your argument because the correlation.
Yeah, a fetus has a future. The brain dead individual does not have a future. Is that your distinction?
Yes.
Okay, I never said the fucking brain individual has a future. So is your standard that it's future subjective experience, and past subjective experience, or life and future subjective experience? What's your standard?
I don't have a standard.
Okay, well then if you don't have a standard, then you have nothing that you identify to grant rights or not. You just don't have a process for that.
I just don't. I don't know. Let me switch what I said. I don't co-align with your standards that you're pointing out.
I never said you align with my standards. I asked you what your standards are.
Right. You gave me standards, and I don't align with those.
Yeah, so you don't align with any of those. So what is your standard then?
My standard. I'm not making a standard right now. What I'm saying.
Wait, no. What is your standard that grants an individual rights?
You keep on moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving any goalpost.
Yes, you are.
What goalpost am I moving?
First, we were talking about the well-being of how it is a fallacy in your argument with brain dead people and fetuses, and you still decide, well, I'm going to make this into.
I don't see where the fallacy is, and do you even know what a fallacy is?
Yes.
What's a fallacy?
Fallacy is when you have something in your argument that doesn't align. Doesn't make sense.
Doesn't align? I don't know what you mean by align.
Align doesn't make sense, which means like it's
you mean like bad reasoning?
Yes.
Okay. So what particular fallacy did I engage in?
Engaged in when you said brain dead people, I could present it. Brain dead.
There are names of fallacies. Okay, like the naturalistic fallacy.
Let me give you what I'm talking about. Brain
What
dead
fallacy did I engage in?
I'm giving you an example of the fallacy you engaged in.
No, I don't want to know the name of the fallacy.
You just said you wanted to know.
Yeah, give me the name of the fallacy that I engaged in.
Do you want one or not? I mean,
you don't have one. I know you don't have one. Else you would have said it.
The fallacy of your argument. You have a straw man argument. You want me to say that?
A straw man fallacy? How did I straw man you?
Straw man because you put brain dead people with no symptoms, a baby with no symptoms, but a brain dead people, a person is briefly dead. They have no development stage to the process as being.
They're cellularly speaking alive. They don't have future subjective experience. I already classified that I wasn't comparing them within that stage. I was trying to get you to a point in which you identify that you require a different standard than the one you currently are using.
What standard was I using?
Yeah, the standard you were using, it seems like you were relating to just life, right?
What is that? What do you mean? Go deeper into what you're saying.
The standard you were going off of to base whether or not it's wrong to engage in abortion was what I just named.
What are you yapping about?
What do you mean? What am I yapping about?
That make no sense, Peter.
Okay, my name's Parker. I don't know how you're that dumb that you didn't realize that.
Just want to call you Peter. It was
Okay.
better.
Like it's literally in the top left.
I feel like Peter suits you.
Sounds fun, dude. Pull out Peter. Can we get a pull out Peter in the chat, everyone? Do you have any actual points here, or are you just wasting my time now?
I'm not wasting.
Jay, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I mean, we're two people that are very particular on what we go into.
No, you just for some reason you think that you just can't identify what I'm saying.
No, I
don't
think
see the reason why.
what you do the whole time is you try to go into the most way of not answer a question.
I answered every single one of your questions.
You didn't answer my question.
I did answer your question. How did I not answer your question? What question did I not answer?
Give me no answer.
What question did I not answer?
Like a stall statement with a question back to it.
What statement did I not respond to?
A lot of them.
Like?
Yeah. Well, when I was talking about the fallacy situation, and I asked you,
Holly, thank you so much for the $1.69. I appreciate Holly.
How does a brain dead person amount to a baby which is developing to live into a physical life, individual human being?
Hello? You cut out?
No, I just gave my answer.
Oh, sorry. Restate it. I did not track then. My bad.
You're on live and you're not taking it serious.
Dude, I thought you were still talking. I didn't think you finished your statement. I didn't even get a clear thought in that.
Anyway, I said when you said you were trying to distinct that a present and a future experience because I'm thinking into the future aspect of the baby and you're not thinking into the future aspect of the baby because you
Yeah,
think
but the
of
future so long as there's an actual.
how isn't it?
Huh?
How isn't the actual future?
How is an actual future? I never said an actual is future. I said I care about a future so long as there's an actual.
How isn't it not?
How isn't it not actual?
Yeah.
By actual, I'm relating to subjective experience. So unless it has a present or past subjective experience, then it wouldn't have an actual, sorry.
In past experience, what do you mean?
Say that? You were mumbled.
In a past experience, what do you mean a past experience?
What do I mean by an experience that was in the past?
So you believe all abortion is not right?
I believe what?
All abortion is not right?
What? I think it's okay to get an abortion up to sentience.
What do you think sentience is?
Subjective experience.
What is subjective experience?
I just explained it to you. I'll explain it again. So it's you know the observer?
Yeah.
You do know the observer?
I'm asking you.
What, asking me what?
To explain what a subjective experience is.
Yeah. And do you know what an observer is?
Someone that observes.
Okay. Do you know what you're experiencing right now? How you're experiencing things?
I'm alive.
Okay. No, but you're experiencing things.
I'm moving. My brain is working.
Okay. So you know that what's experiencing things right now? That's what I care about. The conceptualization that you have of your experience.
How do you know a baby that is 24 weeks is experiencing things?
Yeah, because we have academic studies that would indicate this feature, or academic research.
We also got science. It's not true. Never mind. What?
We also have what?
Never mind. It was irrelevant to the question.
Yeah. What's up, Dean Raid? I appreciate everyone joining in right now. We're going to be doing a co-host here in a second. I'll actually have Dean talk to the guest right now once we get him up here, and we'll see how Dean responds to Prize.
Come on, Dean.
And have you talked to Dean?
I've not talked to Dean. I heard he was worse. I mean,
worse? Yeah, he is. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Can we get some pops in the chat, everyone? Can we get some pops in the chat? Dean's still live and he's not sending people over. What is he doing? Everyone, tap the screen, share the live right now, copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's get up to 500,000 likes real quick, everyone. And then once Dean gets in here, we're going to let him talk to Prize.